There are fortunes built on invention and fortunes built on inheritance. And then there are those constructed brick by brick from both, engineered with the precision of mathematics, the vision of an aesthete, and the will of someone who understood early that beauty, scarcity, and desire could be woven into an economic engine more durable than steel or stone. Bernard Arnault did not inherit luxury. He inherited a construction firm in a declining industrial city, learned the language of concrete and contracts, and chose to abandon that world entirely. What he built in its place became the largest luxury empire the world has ever known, a constellation of 75 brands, from Louis Vuitton to Dior to Tiffany, whose combined revenue rivals the GDP of nations. At its peak, his personal wealth eclipsed $200 billion, a sum so vast it is easier to measure in influence than in currency. He reshaped how we think about aspiration itself, turning handbags into heirlooms and champagne into status. He made scarcity deliberate, pricing relentless, and creativity a governance question. He proved that control of supply chains, of creative directors, of distribution, was the ultimate moat, and that heritage could be acquired, re-engineered, and sold back to the world at a premium. Yet this story is not only one of wealth and vision, it is also one of ruthlessness. Thousands of jobs cut to save a brand, hostile takeovers dressed in the language of patrimony, and a relentless extraction of margin from the global hunger for belonging. It is a story of tax shelters and labor disputes, of philanthropic pledges that moved slower than headlines, and of an empire built to last 5 centuries while governed by one man unwilling to let go. Bernard Arnault's life is a study in transformation, of industries, of himself, and of the very idea of luxury. It is a story of ambition without ceiling, discipline without compromise, and consequences measured not only in profit, but in the reshaping of desire across generations. What follows is how it all began and how it grew beyond even his own blueprints. Welcome to Richie Rich Stories. Please do not forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, share the video with your circle, and let us know where you are from, what time it is now, and how you feel today in the comments below. Now pick your sweetest spot and enjoy tonight's story. This audiobook is based on true stories, but some events, characters, places, and conversations are fictionalized for dramatic purposes. The late afternoon sunlight fell through the windows of the Arnault family home in Roubaix, casting long shadows across the polished hardwood floor. A metronome clicked steadily, marking time as 10-year-old Bernard Arnault's fingers moved deliberately across the piano keys. Bach's Prelude in C major, a piece about precision and pattern, about building something complex from the simplest elements. "Again," said his mother, Marie Joseph, her voice gentle but unyielding. "The middle passage. You rushed it." Bernard nodded, repositioning his hands. He didn't sigh or protest. Even at this age, he understood that excellence required repetition, that the difference between good and transcendent lay in those minute corrections, those 1,000 small adjustments. The metronome resumed its rhythm, and he began again. Outside the window lay Roubaix, once the proud textile capital of France, now showing the first quiet signs of decline that only the most observant could detect. The wool mills still operated, their brick chimneys still exhaled smoke into the northern sky, but something was changing. Bernard's father had mentioned it at dinner the previous week. Cheaper fabric arriving from overseas, orders declining, the first whispers of an industry beginning its long goodbye. The Arnault household stood apart from this gathering uncertainty. Jean-Léon Arnault's construction firm, Ferret Savinel, was riding the wave of post-war reconstruction. France was rebuilding itself after the occupation, and there was concrete to pour, foundations to lay, highways to extend across the landscape. The business of renewal was good business. Better, Marie-Joseph nodded as Bernard completed the piece. Now, once more, from the beginning. The boy didn't flinch. Perfection wasn't achieved by accident. At 14, in the summer of 1963, Bernard stood on the edge of a construction site, watching as men in hard hats directed the movement of heavy machinery. The June sun beat down on his neck, but he remained still, observing. His father's hand rested on his shoulder. "You see how the foreman speaks to the crane operator?" Jean Léon asked, his voice pitched just loud enough to carry over the diesel engines. Not shouting, not flustered. Clear instructions, mutual respect. That's how you manage men who know their craft. Bernard nodded, absorbing the lesson. This was his first summer working on his father's construction sites, and he was learning not by doing manual labor, but by watching, understanding, measuring the human equations that made projects succeed or fail. "And the schedule?" Bernard asked, looking down at the clipboard in his hands. 3 days behind already," his father answered without emotion. "The concrete supplier blamed it on a transportation strike. What would you do?" Bernard considered the question. Not a test of knowledge. His father wasn't interested in textbook answers, but a test of judgment. "Find another supplier," he said finally. "Pay more if necessary. The delay costs more than the premium." Jean Léon smiled slightly. "Correct. And what else?" Bernard watched the site for another moment. "Keep the first supplier on standby. Don't burn the bridge. We'll need them again." His father squeezed his shoulder once, approval conveyed without sentiment. "Tomorrow I want you to sit with the accountant. Learn how we track costs against projections. A builder who can't control his numbers isn't a builder. He's a gambler." That evening, Bernard sat at his desk in his bedroom, making neat columns of figures in a notebook. Outside his window, Roubaix was changing. 3 textile mills had closed that year alone. The Belgian border was just kilometers away, yet it might as well have been an ocean for all the difference in fortunes. Something his father had said earlier stayed with him. "Industries die, Bernard. It's not personal, it's mathematics. The winners are those who see it coming and reposition." Bernard looked up from his calculations to the framed photograph on his desk. His parents standing proudly before the Ferret Savanel offices. Their expectations rested on him, their only child. No siblings to share the burden or the opportunity. He returned to his figures. The precision satisfied him. Numbers didn't lie. They simply revealed reality in its purest form. The classroom at Lycée Maxence van der Meersch was quiet except for the scratching of pens on paper. Bernard, now 16, worked steadily through the mathematics examination. The problems were challenging but yielded to his methodical approach. While some of his classmates fidgeted or frowned in concentration, his expression remained neutral, almost detached. Later, walking home through Roubaix's Grande Place, he passed another shuttered storefront. A family business, 3 generations old, now closed, unable to compete with larger retailers from Paris. Bernard paused briefly, not out of sentimentality but curiosity. The economic forces reshaping his hometown fascinated him. Creative destruction, his economics teacher had called it, a term from Schumpeter that described how markets continually revolutionized themselves from within. At home, he found his mother in the sitting room, reviewing correspondence. "How was the examination?" she asked, looking up. "Straightforward," Bernard replied, setting his bag down. "I finished early." Marie-Josepha nodded, unsurprised. "Your piano instructor telephoned. He suggested you might consider the conservatory." Bernard sat in the chair opposite her. And give up mathematics, engineering? He believes you have talent. Talent isn't enough, Bernard said, the words coming out more firmly than he intended. He modulated his tone. I enjoy playing. It teaches discipline. But it's not my future. His mother studied him for a moment. There was no disappointment in her gaze, only assessment. The Arnauts were practical people. Dreams were fine things, but they were to be evaluated like any other proposition. Your father mentioned you've been asking about the company accounts, she said. I've been creating a model of the business, Bernard explained, mapping how capital flows through different projects where the constraints appear. Something like pride flickered in Marie-Joseph's eyes. At your age, your father was already working weekends in his father's office. Bernard nodded. There was no need to state the obvious, that he would do the same, but better. That he would build on what came before. That was simply what one did. The summer of 1967 found Bernard, now 18, standing on a different construction site. He wore a proper hard hat now, carried architectural plans, and spoke directly with the project manager and foreman. 4 summers on his father's sites had transformed him from observer to participant. The subcontractor wants to substitute this material, the foreman explained, pointing to a specification on the blueprint. Says it'll save us 8%. Bernard studied the proposed change. What's the lifespan difference? They claim it's comparable. Claims aren't guarantees, Bernard replied evenly, and our reputation isn't built on comparable. We'll stay with the original specification. The foreman nodded, unsurprised. The Arnault standard was well understood. Later that afternoon, Bernard sat across from his father in the site trailer, reviewing progress reports. Jean-Léon looked tired. The business was growing, expanding beyond Roubaix to projects throughout northern France. Growth brought complexity, and complexity brought stress. The Dunkirk project is behind schedule, Jean-Léon noted, tapping a report with his pen. Labor shortage, Bernard replied. The shipyards are paying overtime. We can't match it without blowing the budget. Solutions, not problems, Bernard. The younger Arnault was prepared. I've spoken with a contractor from Lille who can provide a crew. They'll charge 15% above our standard rate, but they can start Monday. If we adjust the sequencing of the interior work, we can still hit the client's deadline. Jean-Léon considered this, then nodded. Make the arrangements. He closed the folder and looked at his son directly. You've done well this summer. Bernard accepted the rare compliment with a slight nod. He had learned early that his father's approval was valuable precisely because it was rationed. Have you thought more about the École Polytechnique? Jean-Léon asked. I'm preparing for the entrance examination, Bernard confirmed. The mathematics shouldn't be a problem. It's the finest engineering school in France, his father said. The connections you'll make there, politicians, industry leaders, future ministers, those relationships will matter as much as the technical training. Bernard understood. France's elite educational institutions were more than schools. They were gateways to power, sorting mechanisms that determined who would lead the nation's largest enterprises and institutions. Ferret-Savinol was successful, but it was still a family business in a provincial city. His father's vision extended further. And after Polytechnique? Bernard asked, already knowing the answer but wanting to hear it articulated. You'll come back to the company, Jean-Léon said simply. By then, we'll need your skills. The construction industry is changing. It's not enough to build well anymore. We need to understand finance, international markets, how to structure projects to minimize tax burdens. The textile mills taught Roubaix one lesson, Bernard. Never believe an industry is permanent. Always be prepared to adapt. The Arnault home was quiet that evening. Bernard sat at the piano, playing Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major, the piece flowing from memory without conscious thought. The music filled the room, creating a moment of beauty in a day otherwise defined by concrete calculations and labor negotiations. His mother entered silently, not wanting to interrupt. She stood in the doorway, listening until he completed the piece. "You still play beautifully," she said as the final notes faded. Bernard closed the piano lid gently. "It clears my mind." Marie-Joseph sat in her usual chair. "Your father tells me you're handling the Dunkirk situation." "It's resolvable," Bernard said, "a matter of resources and sequencing." She studied her son, tall, reserved, precisely dressed even at home. He had always been this way, composed, self-contained, moving through the world with a deliberate economy of emotion and motion. "You know," she said, "when you were very small, perhaps 4, you built towers with wooden blocks. Other children would build something quickly, then knock it down for the pleasure of destruction. But you would build, then study your creation, then carefully disassemble it, piece by piece, to build something better." Bernard smiled slightly. "I don't remember that." "It was your nature even then," she continued, "to build, to assess, to improve, never satisfied, but never discouraged." Outside the window, the lights of Roubaix twinkled in the gathering dusk. The city was quieter now than in its manufacturing heyday. Where once thousands of workers would pour from factories at shift change, now the streets emptied earlier. The economic center of gravity was shifting to Paris, to international markets, to whatever would come next. "The world is changing quickly," Bernard said, almost to himself. "Not just here in Roubaix, everywhere." "And that concerns you?" his mother asked. "No," he replied thoughtfully. "It interests me. Change creates opportunity." Marie-Joseph nodded, recognizing in her son a quality that went beyond ambition or intelligence, a fundamental comfort with transformation itself. While others might resist change or mourn what was lost, Bernard seemed to view creative destruction as neither good nor bad, but simply as a reality to be understood and harnessed. "Your father and I have always believed you would build something significant," she said, "perhaps something even beyond what we can imagine." Bernard didn't respond immediately. The expectations were clear, had always been clear. As an only child, he carried the family's aspirations, their hope for continuation and expansion. But there was something else, something personal that drove him. Not just duty to family legacy, but a fascination with excellence itself, with the architecture of success. "I should return to my studies," he said finally. "The Polytechnique examination requires perfect preparation." His mother smiled and rose from her chair. "Of course. Precision in all things." As she left, Bernard remained seated at the piano, his fingers resting lightly on the closed lid. From his window, he could see the old textile district, its once mighty factories now partially idle. An industry in twilight. He thought of his father's construction sites, the careful coordination of materials, labor, and capital to create something that hadn't existed before. The discipline of bringing a complex vision into physical reality. Bernard Arnault was 19 years old, standing at the threshold of his future. He couldn't know yet exactly what he would build, but he understood already that creation required both vision and control, both imagination and ruthless precision. The piano beneath his fingertips was a reminder: beauty required discipline. Excellence demanded repetition. And sometimes, the most perfect things were those that appeared effortless to everyone except their creator, who knew exactly what each perfection had cost. The rain fell lightly over the left bank, misting the evening streets of Paris as Bernard Arnault made his way through the Quartier Latin. His footsteps echoed softly on the cobblestones, measured and precise, much like the equations that filled his notebooks. It was November 1969, and the crisp autumn air carried the lingering scent of Gauloises cigarettes and damp stone. At 20, Bernard moved with the quiet confidence of someone who had found his place, at least for now. École Polytechnique represented more than an education for Bernard. It was a portal into a world of systems and structures, a temple of French technocratic power. As he approached the imposing building, its stone facade stood in stark contrast to the industrial landscape of Roubaix where he had grown up. The difference wasn't lost on him. This was Paris, the beating heart of France, still pulsing with the aftershocks of May 1968's near revolution. Inside his dormitory room, Bernard arranged his textbooks with methodical care. Mathematics, physics, engineering, these were the languages that would shape his thinking for decades to come. His uniform hung precisely pressed in his wardrobe, the military-style outfit that marked Polytechnique students as something apart, something elite. "You've missed dinner again," remarked his roommate Michel, glancing up from a dog-eared copy of Sartre. "The equation's more interesting than food." Bernard smiled faintly. "The problem set is due tomorrow. I prefer to solve problems before they become urgent." Michel shook his head. "While you've been calculating, the political science students are still arguing about Marcuse and revolution in the cafe downstairs. Some of them think another May 68 is coming." "And you?" Bernard asked, though his attention remained on the notebook before him. "Revolution makes for good conversation but poor planning," Michel replied. "Besides, the barricades are down, de Gaulle is gone, and Pompidou seems to be stabilizing things. The real question is what comes after the Trente Glorieuses." Bernard looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly. 30 years of growth doesn't simply end. "Tell that to the Americans queuing for petrol," Michel said. "The world is changing. Our professors are training us for stability, but I'm not convinced stability is what awaits." Bernard returned to his calculations, but Michel's words lingered. The young man from Roubaix had not come to Polytechnique to discuss politics or philosophy. He had come to master systems, to understand how parts connected to create wholes greater than their sum. Yet even in equations, perturbations existed, variables that could shift the entire outcome. The following morning, Bernard sat in the amphitheater as Professor Durand elaborated on optimization theory. The mathematics was elegant, beautiful in its clarity. Reduce complexity to variables. Identify constraints. Maximize outcomes. The chalk scratched against the blackboard, a comforting sound in the quiet room filled with France's brightest young minds. "The power of mathematics," Durand intoned, "lies not in its abstraction, but in its application. When you leave these halls, you will confront problems without clean boundaries or defined parameters. Your task will be to create order from chaos, to build frameworks that render the complex manageable." Bernard's pen moved steadily across his notebook. This was the language that resonated with him, not the passionate rhetoric of the student activists or the literary allusions of the Sorbonne intellectuals, but the cool precision of quantitative frameworks. Every system could be understood, modeled, optimized. During the break, he stood near a window overlooking the courtyard. Paris stretched beyond, a city where history and modernity coexisted in uneasy alliance. He thought of his father's construction business back in Roubaix, Ferret-Savenel. Industrial, practical, built on concrete realities rather than abstractions. Yet here at Polytechnique, Bernard was learning that abstractions could be tools as tangible as hammers and cranes. "Arnault," came a voice behind him. It was Professor Durand. Your solution to last week's problem was interesting. Bernard straightened slightly. Was it incorrect? Not incorrect, Durand replied. Unexpected. Most students follow the established methodology. You created a parallel approach that arrived at the same result with fewer steps. The traditional method seemed inefficient, Bernard said simply. Efficiency, Durand nodded. A worthy pursuit. But remember that in real systems, elegance must sometimes yield to robustness. The shortest path may not withstand perturbation. The professor's words would return to Bernard years later in boardrooms and negotiations, but at that moment they were simply another variable to consider. The months passed, and Paris cycled through seasons. The optimism of the post-war era had begun to fade, though the full impact of the coming oil crisis remained hidden in the future. Bernard moved through his studies with methodical dedication, absorbing not just the technical knowledge, but the cognitive style of the institution, the Polytechnique approach that valued comprehensive analysis and structured solutions. By the spring of 1971, as graduation approached, Bernard had distinguished himself through quiet competence rather than flamboyant brilliance. His professors noted his particular talent for seeing connections between seemingly disparate elements, for reducing complex problems to their essential components. On a mild evening, Bernard sat with a small group of fellow students at a café near Saint-Germain-des-Prés. The conversation drifted from career plans to the shifting economic landscape. "I've accepted a position with EDF," announced Pierre, raising his glass. "Energy is the future, especially with these Middle Eastern tensions." "The civil service for me," said Jean-Louis, "the Treasury Department." When eyes turned to Bernard, he took a measured sip of wine. "I'll be returning to Roubaix, my father's company." A brief silence followed. Among Polytechnique graduates, family businesses, especially provincial ones, represented an unusual choice. Most sought positions with the Grands Corps de l'État, the prestigious state administrative bodies, or with national champions like Air France or Renault. "Construction, isn't it?" asked Pierre. "Seems a step backward after Polytechnique." Bernard's expression remained neutral. Every industry is ultimately a system. Understanding the mathematics of cash flow, project sequencing, and resource allocation is no different from optimizing a power grid or a transportation network. Later that night, walking alone along the Seine, Bernard contemplated his imminent return north. Paris had changed him, not through its culture or politics, but through its institutional rigor. École Polytechnique had given him more than credentials. It had provided a framework for decision-making, a way of seeing the world as interconnected variables that could be adjusted, optimized, controlled. The graduation ceremony passed with appropriate formality. In July 1971, Bernard Arnault, newly minted Polytechnique graduate, returned to Roubaix and the family business. Ferret Savanel represented a different world from the rarefied intellectual atmosphere of Paris. It was concrete, immediate, governed by the practical realities of construction sites and contractor relations. His father, Jean Arnault, welcomed him with the restrained pride typical of their relationship. "The office is prepared," he said, gesturing to a modest space overlooking the company yard. "I've scheduled you to oversee the Lille development beginning Monday." Bernard nodded. "I've reviewed the plans. There are inefficiencies in the supply chain and labor allocation." Jean studied his son, noting the confidence that had solidified during his time at Polytechnique. "Theory and practice often diverge," he cautioned. "The contractors have their own rhythms." "Rhythms can be recalibrated," Bernard replied. "Cash flow is mathematics. Contract negotiation is game theory. These are systems to be optimized." His father's expression softened slightly. Begin by learning the existing system before redesigning it. Some knowledge doesn't come from equations. The following months provided Bernard with a practical education in construction management. He rose early, often arriving at sites before the workers, observing the flow of materials and labor with the same analytical precision he had applied to differential equations at Polytechnique. Gradually, he began implementing small changes, adjusting delivery schedules, reconfiguring work teams, renegotiating supplier contracts. By early 1972, his modifications had yielded measurable improvements in project timelines and margins. His father, initially skeptical, recognized that Bernard's systematic approach complemented his own decades of industry experience. The Lille project finished 3 weeks early, Jean noted during their weekly review. The client is pleased. Bernard nodded. I've been studying our financial structure as well. There are opportunities for more efficient capital deployment. Jean raised an eyebrow. Meaning? We're conservative with leverage. In a growth market, that limits our potential to expand. His father's expression hardened slightly. Conservative financial practices kept us stable through previous downturns. Stability and growth aren't mutually exclusive, Bernard countered. It's about optimizing the balance between risk and return. The conversation marked a subtle shift in their professional relationship. Jean recognized that his son brought not just the prestige of a Polytechnique education, but a genuine analytical capacity that could complement his own practical knowledge. Bernard, for his part, was learning that theoretical models required adjustment when applied to the human elements of business contractor psychology, worker motivation, client relationships. As 1972 progressed, Bernard's role at Ferret Savenel expanded. He began attending client meetings with his father, contributing to strategic decisions and developing relationships with the financial institutions that supported their projects. The systematic thinking he had cultivated at Polytechnique proved adaptable to business contexts, allowing him to see patterns and opportunities where others perceived only isolated transactions. During a particularly challenging negotiation with a materials supplier, Bernard demonstrated his emerging approach to business relationships. The supplier, facing rising costs, had attempted to renegotiate terms mid-project. Your proposed increase is disproportionate to your actual cost growth, Bernard stated calmly, sliding a detailed analysis across the table. The supplier glanced at the numbers. How did you? We've modeled your production costs based on raw material indices and labor rates, Bernard explained. We understand your margins need protection, but our partnership should be balanced. The meeting ended with a compromise that preserved project economics while acknowledging the supplier's pressures. Afterward, Jean Arnault observed, "You handled that differently than I would have." Bernard nodded. Different method, same objective. Business relationships are systems too. They need equilibrium to remain stable. By early 1973, Bernard had grown comfortable within the family enterprise, finding ways to apply his analytical mindset to the practical realities of construction and real estate development. He began cultivating relationships with financial advisors, including some from the prestigious Lazard Frères, seeking perspectives on capital structures and expansion strategies. During a rare dinner with former classmates visiting from Paris, the conversation turned to career trajectories and ambitions. "Still building houses in the north?" asked Pierre, now established at EDF. Bernard smiled slightly. "Building understanding, primarily. Every industry has its underlying architecture, its mathematical structure. Construction today, perhaps something else tomorrow." "Always the systems thinker," laughed Jean-Louis. "While we're climbing bureaucratic ladders, you're analyzing whether the ladder itself is optimally designed." Later that evening, walking through Roubaix's quiet streets, Bernard reflected on his path. Polytechnique had shaped his thinking, taught him to see beyond surfaces to the structures beneath. Savenel was teaching him implementation, how abstract models encountered human reality. The combination was powerful, creating a framework for decision-making that balanced analytical rigor with practical execution. The rain began again, soft against the cobblestones. Bernard turned his collar against the chill, his mind already working on the next day's challenges. There were inefficiencies to address, systems to optimize, variables to adjust. The world was changing, economic pressures mounting, traditional industries facing new challenges, but change itself was simply another parameter in the equation. For now, he was Bernard Arnault, a young engineer applying mathematical precision to a family construction business. The future, with its luxury empires and global influence, remained unwritten, unknown even to him. But the cognitive tools that would shape that future were already forming, hardening like concrete into their final strength. In the quiet evening, surrounded by the industrial landscape of his childhood, Bernard continued walking, each step measured and deliberate. The systems thinker from Polytechnique, moving steadily forward, calculating possibilities with every stride. The rain traced slender rivers down the window of the high-rise office, casting long shadows across the polished mahogany conference table. Bernard Arnault stood motionless, hands clasped behind his back, watching Paris weather the autumn storm of 1974. At 25, he carried himself with the quiet assurance of someone twice his age, his tall frame already accustomed to bespoke suits, though not yet the legendary tailoring that would come later. The construction business is steady, his father, Jean-Léon Arnault, was saying behind him. It's what built this company. It's what we know. Bernard didn't turn immediately. He was watching the way the raindrops merged and separated, creating patterns of absorption and resistance. It reminded him of market movements, how sometimes individual forces coalesced into something greater, something transformative. Construction is predictable, Bernard finally said, turning to face his father. That's precisely the problem. The offices of Savenel, the modest construction firm his father had built over decades, were comfortable but unassuming, practical. Like the business itself, maps of development projects lined one wall. A scale model of their latest apartment complex occupied the corner table. The oil crisis isn't temporary, Bernard continued, his voice measured, betraying none of the conviction burning beneath. 13% inflation. Growth stalled. This changes everything. His father sighed, running a hand through his thinning hair. He looked tired in a way Bernard had never allowed himself to be. And your solution is to abandon what works, to chase real estate speculation? Bernard moved to the table where he'd laid out research, market analyses, property valuations, projections. Not speculation, transformation. The construction division operates on thin margins in a market that's becoming saturated. But there's opportunity in distressed assets. Holiday properties along the French coast, condominiums in Florida. Florida? His father's eyebrows shot up. You want us to invest across an ocean during a recession? Bernard's lips curved into the faintest smile. The American Sunbelt is growing despite the recession. We'd be buying when others are panicking, when prices are depressed. The risk is calculated. Outside, thunder punctuated his words, the perfect dramatic emphasis. 3 months later, Bernard stood on a balcony overlooking the Atlantic Ocean, Miami's warm breeze, a stark contrast to the Parisian winter he'd left behind. The Florida sky stretched endless and blue above him. Below, construction crews worked on what would soon be a luxury condominium complex, Ferret Savinel's first American venture. Thomas Laurent, his newly hired American advisor, leaned against the railing beside him. "Uncertainty creates opportunity," Bernard replied, his eyes following the movements of the workers below. "How are the other acquisitions progressing?" "We've secured options on 3 more properties along the coast, all at 30% below last year's valuations." Bernard nodded, satisfied. The properties were nothing compared to what he envisioned, but they were a start. The pivot from construction to real estate development had been faster than even he anticipated. His father had resisted at first, then relented in stages, finally allowing Bernard to sell the construction division and reinvest the capital. "And the holiday properties in Normandy, closing next week," Thomas confirmed. "Similar discount." Bernard turned away from the view, walking back into the half-finished penthouse that served as their temporary office. Blueprints covered a makeshift table of plywood on sawhorses. "We'll need to move quickly on the interiors." Americans respond to luxury touches, marble in the bathrooms, brand-name appliances. Thomas gave him a curious look. "That's going to eat into the margins." "No," Bernard said, tracing a finger along the blueprint. "It will justify a premium price point. Location alone isn't enough. People want to feel they're purchasing something exclusive, something others can't have." Later that evening, Bernard sat alone in his hotel room, a glass of Bordeaux beside him, financial projections spread across the bed. The numbers were promising, but not yet transformative. His first major deal had netted him approximately 500,000 francs, around $100,000, a substantial sum for a man his age, but merely a foundation for what he intended to build. The telephone rang, breaking his concentration. His father's voice came through the line, tinny and distant. "How is Florida treating you?" "The weather is better than Paris," Bernard said, allowing himself a small smile. "The opportunities are better too." "The board is nervous," his father admitted. "This direction, it's unprecedented for us." Bernard glanced at his projections. "By 1976, we'll have tripled our initial investment. The numbers don't lie." A long silence followed. Then, "I hope you're right, Bernard. I've given you considerable latitude." "I know," Bernard said softly, "and I won't squander it." After hanging up, he returned to his calculations. The real lesson of these first deals wasn't just about profit margins or market timing. It was about understanding the psychology of value, how location created desire, how scarcity, even manufactured scarcity, drove price. By 1976, Bernard's prediction had proven accurate. The Florida properties had indeed nearly tripled in value, though he had no intention of selling yet. Back in Paris, he'd moved from his father's shadow to become the de facto head of strategic development at Ferret Savinel, though his official title remained vice president. The company's headquarters had moved to a more prestigious address near the Champs-Élysées, a deliberate decision Bernard had pushed for. Image mattered, particularly when courting investors and partners. "The Deauville property is performing exceptionally well," Philip Moreau, his head of French operations, reported during their weekly meeting. "Occupancy rates are at 92%, even in the off-season." Bernard nodded, but his mind was already moving beyond the current portfolio. "What about the Côte d'Azur opportunities?" Philippe hesitated. "Land values there have started to recover. The discounts aren't as deep as they were last year." "That's precisely why we need to move now," Bernard said, rising from his chair to pace the office. Through the windows, he could see the Parisian skyline, gray under autumn clouds. The recovery will accelerate. What seems expensive today will appear as a bargain in 2 years. The same night, Bernard dined with Jacques Lefebvre, a banker who had helped finance several of their recent acquisitions. Le Taillevent's discreet elegance provided the perfect backdrop for their conversation. Around them, the quiet murmur of Paris's financial elite, the occasional clink of fine crystal, the subtle movements of impeccably trained waiters. "You've developed quite a reputation," Jacques commented, studying Bernard over the rim of his wine-glass, the young man who predicted the real estate recovery. Bernard accepted the compliment with a slight nod. Not predicted, calculated. "Your father must be pleased." "He's cautious by nature," Bernard replied. "But yes, the results have earned his confidence." Jacques leaned forward, lowering his voice slightly. "There's talk of interest rate changes. The recession is easing, but inflation remains stubborn." Bernard considered this. Higher rates would cool the market. Precisely. It might be time to consolidate rather than expand. Bernard cut into his lamb, the perfect pink center a testament to the chef's precision. "Consolidation is for those without vision, Jacques. Higher rates also mean leveraged assets purchased now will appreciate faster when the market fully recovers." The banker studied him with new interest. "I respect it," Bernard countered. "Debt is simply leverage when properly managed. The key is timing, knowing when to acquire, when to develop, and when to divest." Later, walking along the Seine, Bernard found himself reflecting on how quickly things had changed. 3 years ago, he'd been struggling to convince his father to pivot from construction to real estate. Now he was effectively directing the company's future, with a personal net worth approaching £1 million. But it wasn't enough, not nearly enough. The stereo played Donna Summer's "I Feel Love" softly in the background as Bernard reviewed the latest acquisition proposal in his apartment near Parc Monceau. It was 1977, and while disco dominated Parisian nightlife, Bernard's evenings were more often spent like this, alone with financial statements and market analyses. His telephone rang just after 10. "I hope I'm not calling too late," came the familiar voice of Antoine Bertrand, his lead scout for new opportunities. "Not at all," Bernard replied, setting aside the proposal. "What have you found?" "A hotel in Nice. The owner is over-leveraged, facing foreclosure. We could acquire it for 60% of market value if we move quickly." Bernard considered this. Condition? Dated but structurally sound. Prime location, beach frontage. "Make an offer tomorrow," Bernard decided. "And Antoine, keep this quiet. If word gets out, we'll have competition." The next morning, Bernard sat across from his father in the elder Arnault's office. Jean Léon had officially remained president of Ferret Sabinel, but increasingly he deferred to his son's judgment on strategic matters. "The board has approved your proposal to expand our holiday property portfolio," his father said, a note of pride in his voice despite his continued caution. "But they've requested more detailed projections for 1979 and beyond." Bernard nodded. "I'll have those prepared. But we need to move faster on acquisitions. The window of opportunity is narrowing." His father studied him. "You've done well, Bernard. Better than I anticipated when you first suggested this direction. But there's something to be said for patience." "The market won't wait," Bernard replied. "And neither will our competitors. Every delayed decision has an opportunity cost." That evening, Bernard attended a gathering at Le Palace nightclub, recently opened and already the center of Parisian nightlife. He rarely indulged in such outings, but networking was essential, and many deals in Paris began in social settings like this. The club throbbed with energy. a mix of aristocrats, artists, and financial players moving beneath the pulsing lights. Bernard navigated the crowd with practiced ease, exchanging pleasantries but never lingering too long with any one group. "Arnault," called a voice, cutting through the music. Henri Racine, a rival developer, approached with a champagne glass in hand. "I heard about your acquisition in Nice. Impressive timing." Bernard's expression revealed nothing. The Nice deal had only been finalized that afternoon. News travels fast. In our circles, always. Henri raised his glass and mock toast. "But I wonder, are you expanding too rapidly?" "The market has moods, my friend." "I'm not concerned with moods," Bernard replied coolly. "Only with fundamentals." Henri laughed. "So serious, always working, even here." He gestured around at the beautiful people, the excess, the abandon. "You should enjoy your success more." Bernard offered a thin smile. "I enjoy building something meaningful. The celebration can wait." Later, as 1977 gave way to 1978, Bernard found himself increasingly at the helm of Savanel. His father, now approaching retirement age, had begun stepping back, leaving more decisions to his son. The company had transformed dramatically in 4 years, from a traditional construction firm to a sophisticated real estate development operation with properties across France and Florida. But Bernard was already looking beyond. Real estate had taught him valuable lessons about market timing, about location as destiny, about creating scarcity where none naturally existed. These were principles that could be applied beyond property. On a cold January morning in 1978, he stood before the board, presenting his vision for the next phase of Savanel's evolution. "Real estate has served us well," he told the assembled directors. "Our portfolio has grown 5-fold since 1974, but to continue this trajectory, we must diversify." Questions followed, cautious at first, then increasingly pointed. Bernard fielded them with the quiet confidence that had become his trademark, never raising his voice, never showing doubt. Afterward, his father joined him on the walk back to his office. "They'll approve your plan," Jean Leon said, breath misting in the winter air. "You've earned their trust." Bernard nodded. "And yours?" His father stopped, turning to face him fully. "You had that from the beginning. Even when I disagreed with your methods, I never doubted your ability." He paused. "But I wonder sometimes what drives you, Bernard. What will be enough?" Bernard considered the question, watching the elegant Parisians hurrying past, the Peugeots and Citroëns navigating the narrow streets, the city moving with its characteristic rhythm. "It's not about enough," he finally said. "It's about building something that lasts, something meaningful." His father studied him for a long moment. "Just remember, an empire built too quickly can fall just as fast." Bernard smiled faintly. "That's why we build with the finest materials, employ the best craftsmen, and select only the most prime locations." As they resumed walking, Bernard's mind was already moving forward, calculating the next moves, the next opportunities. The real estate pivot had proven his instincts correct. It had given him his first real wealth, modest by the standards he would later set, but significant enough to prove his theory of value creation. The lessons would serve him well in the decades to come. Location matters, scarcity can be engineered, and true value often lies not in what something costs to produce, but in what people desire to possess. Above all, he had learned the power of transformation, of seeing potential where others saw only the present. It was a principle that would guide him beyond real estate into realms he had yet to imagine, but that would one day bear his unmistakable imprint. Paris, 1979. Rain fell in fine threads, casting the city in a gray hush. Bernard Arnault stood at the window of his office, watching droplets trace down the glass like liquid fortune tellers. At 30, he was now firmly in control of Ferret Savinel, the construction company his grandfather had founded and his father had built. Jean Arnault had stepped aside the previous year, passing the presidency to his son with a mixture of pride and quiet reservation. Bernard's reflection stared back at him, the composed features of a young executive with ambitions that reached far beyond the concrete and steel that had built his family's wealth. The handover had been smooth on paper, but beneath the surface, Bernard felt the weight of legacy pressing upon him. The construction business was solid, dependable, and, to Bernard's analytical mind, increasingly limited. "Monsieur Arnault," his assistant's voice broke through his thoughts. "Your 3 o'clock appointment is here." He nodded, straightening his already impeccable tie. The American consultant waited in the anteroom, brought to advise on what Bernard considered his first major strategic move: expansion into the United States real estate market. Show him in. The meeting lasted 2 hours, filled with projections and possibilities. The American real estate market represented something Bernard had been contemplating for months, a testing ground away from the constraints of the French business ecosystem. As the consultant left, Bernard returned to the window, his mind calculating variables with the precision his Polytechnique training had instilled in him. "You're not convinced," came a voice from the doorway. Philippe, his closest advisor and friend since university, leaned against the frame. "It's a calculated risk," Bernard replied, not turning. "The American market is vast, different, but the opportunity. Your father thinks it's premature." Bernard turned now, a slight tightness in his jaw, the only indication that the comment had struck a nerve. "My father built a construction company." Later that evening, in the soft light of Le Grand Vefour, Bernard sat across from his father. The restaurant hummed with the quiet conversation of Paris's elite bankers, politicians, old money. Jean Arnault, silver-haired and dignified, studied his son over the rim of his wine glass. "The American venture," Jean said finally. "You've committed to it." "I have," Bernard replied, his voice steady. "The paperwork was finalized this morning." His father nodded slowly. Between them, the unspoken hung in the air that Bernard was taking the company in directions his father would never have considered. Not reckless, never that, but with a calculating boldness that sometimes left the elder Arnault uneasy. "The timing concerns me," Jean said. "The economic indicators are precisely why we should move now," Bernard finished. "American real estate values in key markets are accessible. The dollar-franc ratio is favorable, and establishing ourselves before the market rises again positions us perfectly." Whole name, too. The analytical mind, the cool assessment of opportunities, these were traits he recognized. But there was something else in Bernard that sometimes eluded him, a hunger that went beyond building structures or growing a family business. "You've always had good instincts," Jean conceded. "But remember, Bernard, sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in knowing when to retreat." Bernard merely nodded, already running calculations in his mind. The next 18 months unfolded with the precision of Bernard's initial plans, but also with challenges he hadn't fully anticipated. By mid-1980, he found himself making increasingly frequent trips to New York, Chicago, and Miami. The American real estate landscape proved more complex than his research had indicated, not just in regulatory frameworks, but in cultural nuances that even his extensive preparation hadn't captured. "The language barrier isn't just about English," he confided to Philippe during a late-night call from his New York hotel room. Outside, the city glowed with undiminished energy, even as economic headwinds were beginning to blow. It's about understanding how business is conducted here. The relationships, the unwritten rules. Can it be navigated? Philippe asked. Bernard paused before answering, unusual for a man who typically responded with immediate precision. Yes, but at what cost? And for what return? By early 1981, the American economic recession was deepening. Interest rates soared under Volcker's Federal Reserve, and Bernard found himself facing the first significant challenge of his leadership. The U.S. real estate venture was hemorrhaging capital, not catastrophically, but steadily enough to demand a decision. In his Paris office, Bernard spread the reports before him. The losses would amount to approximately 15 million francs, substantial but contained. The projections for recovery stretched further into the future than his original models had suggested. When Philippe entered the office that evening, Bernard was standing by the window again, but his posture had changed. There was a new resolution in his stance. "We're pulling out," Bernard said without preamble. "I've instructed the team to begin orderly divestment of our American holdings." Philippe raised an eyebrow. "That's decisive." "The lesson was worth the price," Bernard replied. "We made a fundamental error in our approach. We understood the financial aspects perfectly, but underestimated the cultural dimension. That won't happen again." Later that week, Bernard sat across from his father in the study of the elder Arnault's home. The evening light cast long shadows across the room. "You're extracting from America," Jean observed. "A tactical retreat," Bernard confirmed. "The losses are manageable, approximately $2 million equivalent. More importantly, I've identified the flaw in our approach." Jean nodded slowly, studying his son. "And Ferret Savenel itself?" Bernard met his father's gaze directly. "I'm considering more significant changes." The silence stretched between them, filled with understanding. Jean had always known his son would not simply maintain what had been built. Bernard was a builder of a different kind. Spring turned to summer in Paris, and with it came a political earthquake that sent tremors through the French business community. François Mitterrand won the presidential election in May 1981, bringing the socialists to power for the first time in the Fifth Republic. The business class reacted with near-panic talks of nationalization, wealth taxes, and breaking with capitalism. Dominated boardrooms across France. Bernard watched the stock market plummet, observed capital fleeing to Switzerland and the United States, and made his decision. The timing was perfect, not despite the uncertainty, but because of it. "You're selling Ferret Savenel?" Philippe asked incredulously when Bernard revealed his plan. They sat in Bernard's apartment overlooking the Seine, the evening news muted in the background as Mitterrand's victory speech played for perhaps the 100th time. "I'm transforming our position," Bernard corrected. "Construction is vulnerable to political currents, dependent on government contracts and economic cycles. The margins are respectable but limited. And most importantly, it lacks a certain defensibility." "Defensibility?" Philippe echoed. Bernard rose and walked to the window. In the distance, the lights of Paris glimmered, eternal despite the political upheaval. "What I want," he said carefully, "are assets with pricing power. Businesses where the value isn't just in the physical product, but in something more elusive. Something that can't be easily replicated or commoditized." The sale of Ferret Savenel was completed by autumn 1981, executed with the precision and timing that were becoming Bernard's hallmark. The transaction netted him personally an estimated $15 million, a fortune that placed him firmly among France's wealthy but still far from the echelons of true power. On the evening after the final papers were signed, Bernard dined alone at his favorite small restaurant in the 16th arrondissement. The owner, who had known him for years, approached with a bottle of champagne. "To celebrate your success, Monsieur Arnault?" Bernard smiled slightly. "To mark a transition, Maurice. The success lies ahead." Later, walking along the Seine, Bernard felt a curious likeness. He had shed the family identity, constructionnaire, and now stood unmoored, but purposeful. The capital flight, triggered by Mitterrand's election, was creating distressed asset opportunities for those with liquid resources and clear vision. In his apartment, Bernard sat at his desk and opened a notebook. He began to list industries and assets with the characteristics he sought: pricing power, brand defensibility, cultural resonance, international appeal. His pen moved methodically down the page, his mind already mapping the possibilities. By 1982, as Mitterrand's government began to grapple with economic realities that would eventually force a policy reversal, Bernard had established a new holding structure and begun methodically evaluating acquisition targets. He avoided the panicked sell-offs of industrial assets, looking instead for businesses with intangible value that the market was underpricing in its fear. "You're very calm amid the storm," observed a banker he had known since his Polytechnique days, as they met for lunch near the Place Vendôme. "Panic creates asymmetry," Bernard replied. "Those who remain analytical see opportunities others miss." The banker studied him. "You've changed since selling the family business, more contained, more focused." Bernard considered this. "I've simply refined my parameters. I'm looking for businesses where the value isn't eroded by commoditization, where the price can be determined by desirability rather than cost." "Luxury goods," the banker ventured. Bernard merely smiled and changed the subject. By early 1983, Mitterrand's government executed what would later be called le tournant de la rigueur, the austerity turn. The socialist dream collided with economic reality, forcing a humiliating policy reversal. The trauma of this period lingered in the French business community, but Bernard had positioned himself perfectly: liquid, patient, and unencumbered by legacy assets. On a spring evening in 1983, Bernard hosted a small dinner at his apartment. The guests included Philippe, two bankers whose discretion was absolute, and a distinguished older gentleman who had once managed brand strategy for a prominent French fashion house. As the evening progressed, Bernard steered the conversation toward a specific question: what creates enduring value in a product beyond its functional purpose? The former brand manager leaned forward. Heritage, craftsmanship, scarcity, real or perceived, and most importantly, a story that resonates across cultures and generations. Bernard nodded. "And which French houses exemplify these qualities while remaining undervalued?" The conversation that followed lasted until the early hours, mapping the landscape of French luxury: the family-owned houses, the distressed assets, the sleeping giants with untapped global potential. When his guests had departed, Bernard returned to his desk and opened the notebook again. At the top of a fresh page, he wrote a single phrase: concentrated bets, cultural fit, pricing power. The failure of his American real estate venture had taught him a crucial lesson that would shape his future empire: cultural due diligence matters. His exit from the construction industry had freed him from the constraints of low-margin, cyclical business. And the political tumult of Mitterrand's early years had created a landscape of opportunity for those with clarity and capital. Bernard Arnault, not yet 40, stood at the threshold of his true ambition. The constructionnaire had vanished, replaced by a strategist with a vision that extended far beyond concrete and steel. What he sought now was something more elusive and more enduring: businesses built not on physical foundations, but on desire, heritage, and the ineffable quality that transforms a purchase into a possession. Outside his window, Paris glittered in the spring night, unchanged yet ever-changing. Bernard closed his notebook and allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. The losses in America, the exit from the family business. These were not failures, but necessary steps on a path that was only beginning to reveal itself. The wealth he had accumulated, that $15 million from the sale of Ferret Savinel, was not the culmination of his ambition, but merely the capital base for what would come next. In a France grappling with its economic identity, Bernard Arnault had found his. He would build an empire not of buildings, but of brands. Not of necessity, but of desire. The rain had begun again, gentle against the windows. Bernard turned from the view and returned to his plans, already mapping the next strategic move in a game that would ultimately transform not just his fortune, but the very landscape of global luxury. The rain fell in a soft, persistent rhythm against the tall windows of the Ministère de l'Économie et des Finances, casting long shadows across the polished marble floor. Bernard Arnault stood motionless, gazing out at the Seine. Paris in autumn 1984. The city was transforming, shedding its socialist skin as Mitterrand's government retreated from earlier radical promises. The business climate was thawing, but slowly, like ice breaking on the river below. "Monsieur Arnault," the ministerial aide called softly. "They're ready for you now." Bernard adjusted his tie, a subtle gesture that betrayed nothing of the tension coiled within him. At 35, he had already pivoted from his family's construction business to real estate, but today's proposal would redefine everything. Today, he would pitch himself as the savior of a crumbling French institution. Inside the meeting room, 5 men waited. Government officials, bankers, and the court-appointed administrator for Boussac Sans Frères, once France's largest textile conglomerate, now bankrupt and bleeding jobs in France's Rust Belt. "Gentlemen," Bernard began, his voice steady despite the stakes, "we face a choice about French heritage, about what we preserve and what we allow to fade away." His presentation was methodical, delivered with the precision of his Polytechnique training. Financière Agache, the investment vehicle he'd structured, would acquire Boussac for approximately 400 million francs, roughly 80 million at current exchange rates. 80% would be debt-financed. The French state would need to provide guarantees. "The crown jewel is Christian Dior," Bernard continued, allowing a rare flash of passion to color his voice. "A dormant house with immense potential, the luxury heritage of France. This is what we must save." What remained unspoken but understood was the inevitable restructuring. The textile mills in northern towns like Roubaix would face brutal cuts. 8,000 jobs, perhaps more, would disappear. The France of his childhood, the industrial hum of looms, the smell of wool, was already a ghost. "And the mills?" asked a ministry official, voicing the unspoken. "Economics has no sentiment," Bernard replied, meeting his gaze directly. "We cannot preserve what the market has already condemned." Later, as his driver navigated through rain-slicked streets, Bernard reviewed mental calculations. The gamble was enormous. He was leveraging everything on a bet that beauty would triumph over industry, that global tastes could be shaped by French heritage, properly managed. To Le Bon Marché, he instructed his driver, changing their destination. The department store, another jewel within the Boussac portfolio, embodied what Bernard saw, not just retail floor space, but a platform for desire, for transforming mundane commerce into theatrical experience. He walked through the grand hall, observing the way light played across merchandise, how customers moved through space. Not just as a shopper might see it, but as an engineer might, analyzing flow patterns, points of friction, moments of delight. "Monsieur Arnault, what a surprise," said the store manager, hurrying to greet him. I'm still just a prospective buyer, Bernard cautioned. Nothing is finalized. Of course, but rumors spread. As they should. Bernard permitted himself a small smile. Anticipation is the beginning of desire. At home that evening, Bernard opened a folder on his desk. Inside lay architectural drawings for the Boussac restructuring, financial architecture, not physical. Holding companies nested within holding companies, a control chain designed to maximize leverage while minimizing risk. Christian Dior SE at the top, feeding into what would eventually become the LVMH structure. His telephone rang. It was Alain from Lazard Frères. "The minister will support your bid," Alain said without preamble. "They believe your French heritage argument, or rather, they need to believe it. And the restructuring conditions. Accepted with reluctance. No one wants to be seen causing mass layoffs, but they understand the economics. Beauty versus jobs," Bernard mused. "An elegant formula. Did you rehearse it?" "I didn't need to. It's simply the truth." In December 1984, with a mixture of public fanfare and private relief, the deal was announced. Bernard Arnault would acquire Boussac through financier Agache, with backing from the French government. The official narrative focused on saving Christian Dior, a national treasure. The business press reported the numbers clinically: 80% debt, massive restructuring ahead, thousands of jobs at risk. By early 1985, Bernard had assembled his restructuring team. The strategy was clear: strip away everything except the crown jewels. Keep Christian Dior and Le Bon Marché. Sell the mills, the real estate, anything that didn't align with the luxury vision. "We're creating an engine for wealth," he explained to Antoine Bernheim, the veteran banker who had become an advisor. They sat in Bernard's newly established office, surrounded by financial projections. Not just a company, but a system for extracting maximum value from heritage. Bernheim, silver-haired and shrewd, studied the younger man. "You're describing a new model of French capitalism, heritage as currency." "Precisely. The mills are dying regardless, but Dior, with vertical integration, controlled distribution, and absolute quality standards, that is immortal." The process was clinical. Each asset evaluated, retained, or discarded. Mills closed in batches throughout 1985. The French press used words like predator and dismantler. Union representatives made desperate appeals. Bernard remained unmoved, presenting the same calm explanation to each critic. Market forces had rendered traditional textile production unsustainable in France. Luxury, however, was France's natural advantage. In the northern towns, where textile had been life for generations, winter smoke no longer rose from mill chimneys. 8,000 workers faced unemployment in regions already struggling with industrial decline. Bernard visited one closing mill in Lille on a cold February day in 1986. He walked through silent workrooms, past idle looms. The workers had already been dismissed. Only managers remained for the final closure. "Did you ever consider maintaining some production?" asked the plant manager, a man nearing retirement. "Even at reduced capacity?" Bernard considered his response carefully. "I considered every option that mathematics permitted," he said finally. "This was not one of them." "Mathematics," the manager repeated softly. "We used to make uniforms for the French army here, during the war for the resistance. History doesn't factor into your mathematics?" Bernard looked directly at him. "History is precisely what I'm preserving, just not this part of it." By mid-1986, the restructuring was showing results. Asset sales had generated approximately 2.5 billion francs, somewhere between $350 and $600 million, depending on exchange rate calculations and asset valuation methods. The debt had been serviced. Bernard's personal wealth had crossed the $10 million threshold, possibly reaching $20 million after accounting for remaining obligations. More importantly, the foundation was laid. Christian Dior was beginning to stir from its dormancy. Bernard had recruited talent, invested in ateliers, and started to reimagine the brand's global potential. Le Bon Marché was being positioned as not just a department store but a temple to curated luxury. In the elegant offices of Rothschild & C, Bernard met with David de Rothschild to discuss next steps. The summer light filtered through tall windows, illuminating the banker's collection of antique maps. "You've successfully extracted value from a dying conglomerate," David observed, pouring tea. "A textbook restructuring. But what is your vision beyond this?" Bernard sipped his tea before answering. "This is merely the foundation. I'm building a machine for luxury. Heritage brands, vertical integration, global distribution, pricing power. The structure is more valuable than any single component." "And the control chain? These nested holding companies you've designed?" "Essential. In luxury, control is everything. The architecture of money must be as precisely crafted as the products themselves." David studied him with the measured gaze of a man whose family had managed wealth for centuries. "You've chosen an interesting moment for this transformation. France is changing. The privatizations are beginning. There will be opportunities." "I'm counting on it," Bernard replied. Later that evening, Bernard attended a small dinner party at a private home near Parc Monceau. The guests were a careful mixture of finance, politics, and culture, the new French establishment taking shape as the socialist experiment receded. The talk was of privatizations, of France reclaiming its place in global finance. A well-known journalist approached him after dinner. "They're calling you the wolf in cashmere," she said, studying his reaction. Bernard's expression remained impassive. "An inaccurate metaphor. Wolves hunt in packs. I prefer more precise calculations. 8,000 textile jobs. That's a precise calculation. As is the preservation of Dior, a French cultural treasure. As is Le Bon Marché, which now has a future. Would you prefer I had preserved jobs temporarily in a dying industry?" "You made a choice. Beauty over jobs." "Not beauty over jobs," Bernard corrected. "Beauty that creates different jobs, sustainable ones. The seamstress at Dior will still have work when the mill worker would not. Cold comfort for Roubaix. Reality often is." He paused. "France cannot compete with Asia in textile manufacturing. But in luxury, we have no equal. I'm simply accelerating an inevitable transition." As autumn returned to Paris in 1986, Bernard found himself walking along the Seine one evening after a long day of meetings. The Boussac restructuring was largely complete. The financial architecture that would eventually support a global empire was taking shape. His personal wealth had multiplied several times over. Yet something more profound had shifted. He had entered luxury not through inherited tradition but through financial engineering, a new path that combined heritage with ruthless efficiency. The model worked. It could be replicated. He paused on the Pont des Arts, looking toward the illuminated facade of the Louvre. Paris itself was changing, the Marais transforming from working-class quarter to chic boutique district, old markets giving way to concept stores. The city was becoming a stage set for desire, just as he envisioned luxury itself. A nearby clock chimed 9. Bernard turned and continued walking, his mind already calculating the next move. The Dior gamble had paid off. The holding machine was built. Now it needed fuel, more heritage brands, more platforms for global desire. In the distance, he could see the lights of the Eiffel Tower begin to sparkle against the darkening sky. Beauty over jobs, it wasn't quite right. Beauty as economics, that was the formula, and he had just proven it worked. The rain fell in heavy sheets against the expansive windows of Bernard Arnault's Paris office, casting long shadows across his polished mahogany desk. Outside, the city of light was muted beneath a gray October sky. The year was 1987, and the financial world was in turmoil. Black Monday had just sent global markets spiraling downward, the Dow Jones plummeting 22% in a single day, Paris following suit. The newspapers scattered across Arnault's desk all bore the same headlines of financial catastrophe. Bernard, 40 years old now, and still carrying himself with the precise posture of his engineering background, stood at the window watching rivulets of water trace paths down the glass. His reflection stared back at him, the tailored suit, the measured gaze, the composed demeanor that betrayed none of the calculations happening behind his eyes. The telephone rang, pulling him from his thoughts. His secretary's voice announced a call from his financial advisor. "Put him through," Bernard said, his voice calm and measured. The news was interesting. LVMH, the newly formed luxury conglomerate created from the merger of Louis Vuitton and Moët Hennessy, was experiencing internal strife. The founders were at each other's throats. Alain Chevalier of Moët Hennessy and Henri Racamier of Louis Vuitton were engaged in a bitter power struggle. The merger, barely completed, was already threatening to unravel. "Their shares are vulnerable," the advisor explained. "The price will reflect the dysfunction." Bernard thanked him and hung up. He remained motionless for a long moment, calculating. He had just completed the successful dismantling of Boussac, the failing textile empire, keeping only the jewels, Christian Dior among them. He now had capital, experience, and an appetite for more. "Get me everything you can find on LVMH," he instructed his assistant later that afternoon. "Annual reports, press coverage, shareholder information. Everything." In the weeks that followed, Bernard moved with quiet precision. He began accumulating LVMH shares through various channels, careful to stay below the threshold that would require public disclosure. The shares were relatively easy to acquire amid the post-crash volatility and the internal chaos of the newly merged entity. By early 1988, he invited Ernest Saunders, the CEO of Guinness plc, to lunch at a discreet restaurant in the 8th arrondissement. The wood-paneled dining room hummed with the quiet conversations of Paris's business elite, but their corner table offered both privacy and a certain theatrical flair. Bernard was aware that being seen with Saunders would start rumors in financial circles. "Guinness has an interest in spirits," Bernard said after they had ordered. "Moët Hennessy would complement your portfolio nicely." Saunders, a forceful executive with his own ambitions, considered the implication. "And what would you gain from our involvement?" Bernard smiled slightly. "An ally. The current leadership is divided. In division, there is opportunity." By dessert, they had sketched the outlines of an alliance. Guinness would acquire a stake in LVMH. Bernard would continue his own acquisition program. Together, they would become a formidable voting bloc. It was an alliance of convenience, the enemy of my enemy approach that Bernard had studied in various forms throughout his career. As spring bloomed in Paris in 1988, Bernard's stake in LVMH reached approximately 24%. His office had transformed into a war room of sorts, with financial models, legal documents, and strategic scenarios mapped out in meticulous detail. The financial press had begun to take notice. Wolf in Cashmere read one headline in Les Echos, a nickname that amused rather than offended Bernard. At night, he would sometimes drive past the Louis Vuitton workshop on the Champs-Élysées, where Japanese tourists queued despite the late hour, eager to purchase the coveted bags at premium prices before returning to Tokyo. He observed this phenomenon with academic interest. Luxury, he was beginning to understand, operated by different economic rules than the construction business his father had built. 30% margins, he murmured to himself one evening, reviewing LVMH's financial statements. His father's construction business typically operated on 5% margins when times were good. The battle for control intensified throughout 1988 and into early 1989. Bernard moved methodically, adding to his position when possible, forging alliances when necessary. He recruited bankers, lawyers, and fixers who moved through the corridors of French corporate power. In board meetings, the tension between Chevalier and Racamier created openings that Bernard exploited with chess-like precision. By spring 1989, the endgame was approaching. Bernard had positioned himself as the stable third force in a dysfunctional marriage. To the outside world, he presented himself as a steward of French patrimony, a protector of craftsmanship against financial engineering. Yet within the boardroom, he deployed every financial and legal tool at his disposal. In a decisive series of maneuvers in mid-1989, Bernard finally secured effective control of the company. The existing leadership was forced out after a hostile battle that had captivated the French business press for months. Bernard installed himself as chairman and CEO, consolidating power in a swift transition that left opponents with little recourse. The press conference announcing the changes was a masterclass in corporate communication. Bernard, impeccably dressed in a dark suit that whispered rather than shouted its quality, spoke of heritage, craftsmanship, and global ambition. He barely acknowledged the brutality of the takeover battle that had just concluded. LVMH represents the finest of French savoir-faire, he told the assembled journalists, his voice steady and confident. Our duty is to protect these maisons while preparing them for a global future. Later that evening, alone in his office with a glass of Moët champagne, now his champagne, Bernard allowed himself a moment of reflection. The move into luxury had been calculated, but even he hadn't anticipated how quickly he would ascend to control of the world's largest luxury group. There was a symmetry to it that satisfied his mathematical mind, financial engineering in service of products that represented the opposite of industrial efficiency. A few weeks later, business brought Bernard to New York. He stayed at the Plaza Hotel, its Beaux-Arts elegance, a fitting backdrop for a man now at the helm of luxury's flagship conglomerate. His father, Jean, had joined him on the trip, partly for business, partly to understand his son's new venture. They sat in the hotel's oak room, the wood paneling and soft lighting creating an atmosphere of old-world gravitas. Jean Arnault, who had built a solid construction business through discipline and hard work, still carried a certain skepticism about his son's move into luxury goods. "I've reviewed the numbers," Bernard said, spreading the LVMH financial statements before his father. "The operating margins are consistently above 30%. Jean studied the figures with the careful eye of a man who had weathered economic cycles in a tough industry. Even in downturns, the top-tier luxury brands maintain pricing power. They don't discount. They control their distribution. They destroy excess inventory rather than sell it cheaply." His father looked up, surprised. "They destroy perfectly good merchandise?" "It's not merchandise," Bernard explained. "It's desire-made material. The scarcity is part of the value." Jean shook his head slightly, a construction man to his core. In my business, we build something tangible. A building stands for decades, serves a purpose. And these brands have stood for centuries, Bernard countered. Louis Vuitton was founded in 1854. Moët and Chandon in 1743. They've outlasted empires, wars, depressions. As the evening progressed, Bernard detailed the economics of the luxury business model, the vertical integration, the controlled distribution, the global appeal, particularly in Japan, where the strong yen had created a generation of luxury consumers. He explained how Louis Vuitton, in particular, represented an almost perfect business model, marrying heritage craftsmanship with modern scale. By the end of the dinner, Jean's expression had shifted from skepticism to reluctant approval. Bernard had translated luxury into the language his father understood: superior economics, controlled risk, generational thinking. "You've built something significant," Jean finally acknowledged. "Different from what I imagined for you, but significant nonetheless." That night, looking out over Central Park from his plaza suite, Bernard felt a sense of validation that transcended the financial victory. He had proven his vision not just to the market, but to his father, perhaps the more difficult audience. As 1989 drew to a close, Bernard began to articulate a governance philosophy that would define LVMH for decades to come. He established a structure that centralized financial control while allowing the individual maisons creative autonomy. He emphasized family control, ensuring that even as LVMH grew, the ultimate decision-making authority would remain concentrated. In quiet moments, Bernard would sometimes visit the Louis Vuitton workshop, watching artisans hand-stitch leather with techniques unchanged for generations. He would run his fingers along the finished products, feeling the tension between industrial scale and artisanal quality that defined his business model. The rain still fell against his office windows on late autumn evenings as he worked into the night, but now the view was different. From his desk he could see the sweep of Paris, the city that had given birth to the concept of luxury as a global language. The soft golden lights of the Champs-Élysées glowed in the distance, where customers from around the world lined up outside his stores. Bernard allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. In just 2 years, he had transformed from an industrialist with a successful but modest background to the controller of the world's premier luxury group. He had been called a wolf in cashmere, a financial engineer in an artisan's world. The labels didn't trouble him. He understood something fundamental. In luxury, even aggression must wear a beautiful facade. He closed the file on his desk. The acquisition was complete, but the building had just begun. Bernard Arnault turned off his desk lamp and prepared to leave for the evening. Outside, Paris continued its elegant existence, unaware that one of its sons had just reshaped the future of French luxury, one carefully calculated share purchase at a time. The rain against the windows of the Avenue Montaigne office played like fingertips on piano keys, soft, persistent, Parisian. Bernard Arnault stood at the vast expanse of glass, hands clasped behind his back, watching droplets trace meandering paths down the pane. Below, the street glistened wet and black, dotted with the umbrellas of fashion house employees and wealthy customers seeking shelter in the elegant boutiques that lined the prestigious avenue. At 41, Arnault had already transformed himself from a construction company heir to the architect of what was becoming the world's most formidable luxury empire. The rain streaked shadows across his angular face, catching the early touches of silver at his temples. His reflection stared back at him, lean, impeccably suited, measured in every gesture. "Monsieur Arnault," his assistant's voice broke his contemplation, "Pierre Godet is here to see you." Arnault turned from the window with the hint of a smile. "Send him in, Marie." Pierre Godet entered with a portfolio tucked under his arm. The lawyer had become Arnault's most trusted financial confidant, a man who understood not just balance sheets, but the delicate architecture of holding companies, tax structures, and acquisition strategies. Where Arnault saw the broad canvas, Godet mastered the fine brushwork. "The Givenchy paperwork is ready," Godet said, placing the documents on Arnault's desk. "The family has agreed to our terms." "Excellent." Arnault gestured to a chair as he settled into his own. The desk between them was conspicuously minimal. A single fountain pen, a leather blotter, and now the acquisition papers for another storied French fashion house. "This will be our third major acquisition in 18 months, Godet noted, his tone careful, neutral. "The market is watching." "Let them watch," Arnault replied, leafing through the document with practiced efficiency. "We're not building for market analysts. We're building for a century." Outside, the rain intensified, drumming against the glass. 1990 was proving to be a pivotal year. The Berlin Wall had fallen just months before. Eastern Europe was opening. China was normalizing relations after Tiananmen Square. The world was expanding, borders dissolving. "How is Dior performing after the restructuring?" Godet asked. Arnault's eyes flickered up from the document. "The numbers are good, better than good, but numbers aren't everything." He rose and walked to a sideboard where a model of the Dior flagship stood in miniature alongside architectural renderings of new boutiques planned for Hong Kong, Singapore, and Tokyo. "The Asian expansion?" Godet inquired, proceeding. "The Japanese already understand luxury. The Chinese will follow. It's only a matter of time." Arnault traced his finger across the map on the wall. "Here, here, and here. We'll be positioned before our competitors even recognize the opportunity." The intercom buzzed. "Bernard," came his secretary's voice again. "John Galliano's agent is on line 2. Tell him I'll call back this afternoon." Arnault turned to Godet. "Talent. That's what we need to discuss today." Godet raised an eyebrow. "Another designer?" "Not just designers, creative directors, artistic visionaries." Arnault's voice took on a rare enthusiasm. "We don't need more managers, Pierre. We need stars." He returned to his desk, pulled out a sketchpad, and began to draw what looked like an organizational chart, but with unusual clusters and connections. The traditional luxury house was built around a founder, a Dior, a Vuitton, a Givenchy. They created, they inspired, they embodied the brand. His pen moved in swift, decisive strokes. But the founders are gone. What remains is heritage, a vocabulary of design, a set of codes, an aesthetic legacy. "And you believe new creative talent can revitalize these codes?" Godet asked. "Not just revitalize, reinvent while respecting. That's the alchemy." Arnault leaned forward. "But it must be the right talent, artists who understand both creativity and commerce. Not everyone can dance on that tightrope." The rain had softened to a gentle patter as afternoon light struggled through the clouds. A watery sunbeam touched the model of the Dior building, casting a long shadow across the tabletop. "We need to create a system," Arnault continued. "Heritage houses as vessels, creative stars as engines, financial discipline as the rudder, and myself. Bond. One. And myself." The following spring found Arnault at the Céline atelier, watching a fitting in progress. The model turned slowly as a seamstress adjusted the drape of a silk skirt. Arnault observed silently, his eyes missing nothing. Not the craftsmanship of the stitching, not the quality of the fabric, not the model's slight discomfort when the waistband pulled too tight. Michael Burke, one of his most trusted executives, stood beside him, notebook in hand. "What do you see, Michael?" Arnault asked quietly. "Good construction, classic design, perhaps a bit conventional." Arnault nodded slightly. "Celine has heritage, but it's drowning in tradition. We need to preserve its DNA while giving it new life." He stepped forward, surprising the atelier staff by adjusting the belt on the model's ensemble. "I like this. See how it creates a different silhouette? Small changes, substantial impact." Later, as they walked through the Celine workshops, Arnault continued his tutorial. "Every brand in our portfolio must have its own distinct voice, but all must speak the language of excellence. The stock analysts still don't fully understand your strategy," Burke observed. "They see an expensive acquisition spree. They calculate quarterly. We calculate generationally." Arnault stopped at a workbench where an artisan was hand-stitching a leather bag. "Watch her hands. 30 years of expertise in each stitch. That can't be mass-produced. It can't be rushed. And it can't be easily replicated by competitors." This was the paradox of Arnault's approach, the cold precision of a financial strategist combined with genuine reverence for craftsmanship. He could discuss EBITDA margins in one breath and the correct tension of a saddle stitch in the next. Outside the atelier, his driver waited with the door open. Before entering the car, Arnault paused, looking back at the building. "We'll need to renovate this space. The artisans deserve better light." He made a note in his small leather notebook. "And find out if the craftsman on the third floor, Marcel, I believe, has an apprentice. His techniques should be preserved." The car pulled away, gliding through the streets of Paris toward LVMH headquarters. "I have the Kenzo figures," Burke said, opening a folder. Later, "Tell me about the new photographer for the Dior campaign." This was Arnault's method, constant movement between macro and micro, between balance sheets and fabric swatches, between corporate structure and creative intuition. By late 1992, the acquisition pace had accelerated. Each new brand was subjected to what insiders called the Arnault analysis, a comprehensive evaluation of heritage value, price elasticity, manufacturing capabilities, and global potential. In his home study one evening, Arnault sat surrounded by brand histories, market analyses, and competitor reports. His wife, Hélène, entered with a cup of coffee. "Still working? It's nearly midnight." He looked up with a tired smile. "Just finishing." She glanced at the papers spread across his desk. "Another acquisition? Possibly." He leaned back, rubbing his eyes. "Each brand is a puzzle. Some pieces missing, others worn down, but the image is still there waiting to be restored." Hélène sat across from him. "The newspapers are calling you the wolf in cashmere." A brief flicker of annoyance crossed his face. The press prefers simple narratives, predator and prey, raider and victim. He closed the file before him. "They don't understand that I'm saving these houses, not destroying them. Does it bother you, what they write?" He considered the question. "No, results will speak louder than columnists. In 10 years, these brands will be stronger than they've been in half a century." Outside, Paris had grown quiet, the late-night streets empty except for the occasional taxi. The desk lamp cast a warm glow in the darkened room. "Your father was in construction," Hélène observed. "In a way, you're still building." Arnault smiled at the observation. "Yes, but with different materials. He built with concrete and steel. I build with heritage and desire." The showroom of the newly acquired Kenzo buzzed with activity. Models were being fitted, photographers adjusting lights, makeup artists applying final touches. Arnault moved through the space like a general surveying troops before battle, missing nothing, offering occasional adjustments with quiet authority. Kenzo Takada himself, the founder who had agreed to stay on during the transition, approached Arnault with a look of concern. "Bernard, the production team says we must reduce the number of fabrics in the collection. They say it's too expensive to develop so many custom prints." Arnault guided the designer to a quieter corner of the room. "Show me the prints you believe are essential to the collection's integrity." Kenzo quickly retrieved a portfolio, spreading swatches of vibrant fabrics across a table. His hands moved with the enthusiasm of an artist as he explained each design's significance. Arnault listened intently before speaking. "Keep these 5. They define the collection. The others can be developed next season." He made a note. "I'll speak with production. The budget will be adjusted." Relief washed over Kenzo's face. "Thank you. The fabrics are the heart of the brand." "I know," Arnault replied. "That's why I acquired it." This was the essence of his approach, understanding each brand's unique soul while imposing the financial discipline necessary for long-term survival. It wasn't always a comfortable balance, but in Arnault's vision, creativity without commerce was just art, while commerce without creativity was merely retail. Later, reviewing the day with his team, Arnault emphasized the point. "We're creating a structure where creativity can flourish within defined boundaries. The designers push those boundaries. That's their job. Our job is to ensure the boundaries are properly placed." "Some of them resist the financial constraints," an executive noted. "Of course they do," Arnault replied. "Creative tension is necessary. But remember, Dior himself went bankrupt. Chanel closed during the war. Great creativity doesn't guarantee survival. Our model protects these houses while allowing their brilliance to shine." By 1994, the contours of what would become a 50-brand empire were taking shape. Arnault had refined his approach to talent, famously declaring that LVMH would hire stars, not managers. In his office overlooking the Seine, he interviewed a promising young designer for a potential role at Givenchy. The candidate was nervous, fingers tapping against the portfolio case balanced on his knees. "Tell me," Arnault began, "what does Givenchy mean to you?" The designer launched into a well-rehearsed analysis of the brand's history and aesthetic codes. Arnault listened silently, watching more than hearing. When the designer finished, Arnault posed another question. "If I were to walk into a room filled with clothes from every major design house, how would I identify the Givenchy pieces without seeing labels?" The designer hesitated, unprepared for the question. "Take your time," Arnault said gently. After a thoughtful pause, the designer spoke with new conviction, describing not just design elements, but the feeling that Givenchy evoked, its particular blend of aristocratic restraint and quiet innovation. Arnault nodded, satisfied. "Now, if I gave you the creative direction of this house, how would you honor those codes while speaking to a woman who was not yet born when Hubert de Givenchy designed for Audrey Hepburn?" The conversation that followed revealed what Arnault was truly seeking, not just talent or technical skill, but a mind that could bridge past and future, tradition and innovation. He wasn't hiring employees, he was casting roles in a grand narrative of luxury. After the interview, Arnault stood at his window watching boats navigate the Seine. His assistant entered with a stack of financial reports. "How was the interview?" she asked. "Promising," Arnault replied. "Arrange for him to meet with the atelier heads next week." He turned from the window and settled at his desk. "Now, let's discuss the vertical integration of our leather goods production." This was the duality that made Arnault unique, a romantic who believed in the transcendent power of beautiful objects, and a pragmatist who understood that beauty required a robust business model to survive. As 1995 arrived, Arnault's wealth had grown substantially. Business publications estimated his net worth had crossed the billion-dollar threshold, fueled by LVMH's expanding market capitalization. The construction company heir from Roubaix had transformed himself into one of Europe's richest men. Yet wealth itself seemed almost incidental to his larger project. On a rare family holiday in the south of France, he sat on the terrace of a rented villa, reviewing acquisition targets while his children played by the pool. Godet, who had joined the family for dinner, settled into a chair beside him. "The market is up 15% this year. Your personal holdings have appreciated considerably." Arnault nodded absently, still focused on the documents before him. "What do you think of this small perfume house? Their formulations are excellent, and their distribution is complementary to our existing network." Godet smiled slightly. Most billionaires would be celebrating their good fortune, not planning the next workday. Arnault finally looked up. "The money is a scorekeeping mechanism, Pierre, nothing more." "A rather substantial score," Godet observed dryly. Arnault conceded the point with a small smile. "Yes, but not the point of the game." He gestured toward the horizon, where the Mediterranean stretched blue and limitless. "When my father ran the construction company, he built structures that would stand for decades. I'm building something that could stand for centuries." The sun was setting, casting long golden light across the terrace. In the distance, his children's laughter carried on the warm air. "The press still portrays you as a financial engineer," Godet noted, "a deal-maker rather than a builder." "Let them," Arnault replied, closing his portfolio. "History will render the final verdict." As twilight settled over the Mediterranean, Bernard Arnault, the quiet strategist from northern France who had transformed himself into luxury's most formidable emperor, allowed himself a rare moment of stillness. Tomorrow would bring more acquisitions, more talent to cultivate, more heritage to preserve and reimagine. But tonight, watching his family against the backdrop of a perfect Côte d'Azur sunset, he permitted himself to briefly savor what he had already built. The luxury empire was taking shape, brand by brand, star by star, boutique by boutique. The wolf in Kashmir was redrawing the map of global luxury, guided by a vision that few yet fully comprehended, a constellation of heritage houses, each with its own light, all orbiting around a central principle of excellence without compromise. Not merely a business, but a cathedral of craft and desire, built to outlast its architect. Paris, 1996. Rain softly pelted the windows of the Dior headquarters, each drop a whisper against the glass. Bernard Arnault stood alone in the dimly lit conference room, studying a portfolio spread across the mahogany table. At 47, he commanded an empire, yet found himself at a crossroads that would define his legacy. The spring collections had just debuted, and fashion critics were buzzing with a singular question: would Arnault really do it? Would he install the brilliant but volatile John Galliano at the helm of Christian Dior, the crown jewel of his luxury kingdom? Bernard adjusted his immaculately tailored suit jacket and gazed out at the city lights blurred by rain. The fashion world called it madness. Galliano was theatrical, unpredictable, a genius, yes, but a controversial figure whose personal exploits filled gossip columns. Dior represented French tradition, elegance, stability. "You will alienate the core clientele," his senior executives had warned that morning. "It's too risky." Bernard's reflection stared back at him from the window. In it, he saw not just himself, but his father's pragmatism and his own calculated boldness. The Asian markets were growing. The world was changing. And safety, he knew, was often the riskiest position of all. When everyone counsels caution, he murmured to himself, that is precisely when one must be bold. The next day, Bernard announced Galliano's appointment. The fashion establishment was scandalized, financial analysts skeptical. Yet Bernard recognized something others did not. Controlled chaos could be channeled into desire. And desire properly managed translated to revenue. "Are the projections accurate?" Bernard asked, his voice leveled despite the tension in the room. It was late 1997, and the spreadsheets before him told a sobering story. The DFS Group, the duty-free retail operation he had acquired with such confidence, was hemorrhaging money. Restructuring costs alone would reach nearly $200 million. Sidney Toledano, one of his most trusted executives, nodded gravely. "The numbers are accurate, Bernard. Asia's economic situation is worse than anyone predicted." The Thai baht had collapsed that summer, triggering a cascade through Asian markets. Hong Kong's stock market was in freefall. Japan, still mired in its own economic malaise, offered no relief. Bernard rubbed his temples, his expression betraying nothing of the calculations racing through his mind. The DFS acquisition had been his first major misstep, a lesson being written in red ink. "We sell the majority stake," he said finally, "but we extract the lesson." "Which is?" Sidney asked. Bernard stood, walking to a whiteboard where he drew a simple diagram with 3 interconnected circles. "Retail is defensible only when it serves our owned brands. Third-party retail is a commodity. We control the brands, we control the channels, we control the customer experience." His finger tapped the center where the circles overlapped. "This is where the true value lies." Later that evening, Bernard sat alone in his office. The Paris skyline a constellation beyond his window. The financial press would circle like sharks, questioning his judgment. But while others saw only a costly error, Bernard was inscribing a rule into the LVMH doctrine: own what matters, and never become dependent on platforms you don't control. John Galliano's debut collection for Christian Dior in 1997 transformed the Avenue Montaigne flagship into a theatrical dreamscape. Opera music swelled as models emerged in dramatic silhouettes, cinched waists, billowing skirts, historically inspired extravagance rendered modern. Bernard observed from the front row, his expression neutral, while fashion editors gasped, and photographers' flashes created a storm of light. Beside him sat his wife, Helene, elegant in Dior couture. "They're shocked," she whispered. "Good," Bernard replied quietly. Shock creates conversation. Conversation creates desire. By 1999, the gamble was paying dividends beyond even Bernard's calculations. Dior's revenue had nearly doubled in 2 years, on track to triple by 2000. The Maison, once respected but predictable, had become fashion's most exciting stage. The Galliano experiment wasn't merely about one designer or one house. It was a template, one Bernard was already replicating with the appointment of Marc Jacobs at Louis Vuitton and exploring for other Maisons in his growing constellation. In his private office one evening, Bernard reviewed sketches from various designers, exercising what his team had come to call his aesthetic veto. Though he never designed himself, his eye had become unexpectedly influential, spotting the difference between provocative but commercial and merely provocative. "It's a balance," he explained to a visiting American journalist, carefully avoiding the specifics of any design decisions. The creator must have freedom to dream, but within parameters that allow those dreams to be translated into objects of desire. What he didn't say, that he was creating a system where creative chaos could be harnessed like electricity, generated in controlled environments, then distributed through precise channels. The rain had returned to Paris in autumn of 1998, mirroring financial storms in distant markets. Bernard stood at his office window, watching droplets race down the glass while LVMH's stock price raced in the opposite direction. "Down 40% since July," said Yves Carcel, head of Louis Vuitton, gravely reviewing the latest figures. "The board is concerned, Bernard. Some are suggesting we need to reevaluate our expansion strategy." Bernard remained silent, hands clasped behind his back. The Asian financial crisis was deepening. South Korea had accepted an IMF bailout. Indonesia's economy was collapsing. Even Hong Kong, despite heroic defense of its currency, was suffering. "They're suggesting you might consider stepping back," Yves added carefully. "A less hands-on role." Bernard turned, his expression unreadable. "They want me to retreat." It wasn't a question, but Yves nodded. "They're afraid." Bernard walked to his desk, where newspaper headlines announced further market turmoil. He had built LVMH through boldness when others counseled caution. Now they wanted caution when instinct told him to be bold. That night, in the library of his Paris home, Bernard sat with a glass of wine, contemplating not retreat but advance. The Asian crisis would pass. The fundamentals remained: growing global wealth, emerging markets, the eternal human desire for beauty and status. By morning, his decision was made. Not only would he stay, he would accelerate, doubling down where competitors were pulling back. "Find out if Fendi is still available," he instructed his team the next day, and reopened discussions with Donna Karan. His executives exchanged glances, but Bernard continued undeterred. When others are fearful, the opportunities multiply for those who remain confident. By 1999, LVMH had acquired both Fendi and Donna Karan, expanding its portfolio while competitors were still licking their wounds from Asia's economic typhoon. The new millennium arrived with champagne toasts and digital anxiety. While the world worried about the Y2K computer bug, Bernard was preoccupied with a different technological question. How would luxury adapt to the internet revolution? Silicon Valley buzzed with new economy rhetoric. E-commerce was the future. Traditional retail was dinosauric. And Bernard, determined not to be left behind, had authorized significant investments in digital ventures. The crown jewel was eluxury.com, launched with fanfare as luxury's answer to the digital revolution. The site would offer an expertly curated selection of luxury goods, democratizing access while maintaining exclusivity through presentation and service. Bernard toured the San Francisco offices in early 2000, surrounded by young tech employees in casual attire that contrasted sharply with his perfectly tailored suit. "How quickly can we scale?" Bernard asked the project leader, studying the sleek website design on a bulky computer monitor. "With sufficient investment, we could double our reach every 6 months," came the confident reply. "The internet changes everything." Bernard nodded, but something in him remained skeptical. The internet would change retail, certainly, but would it change human nature? The desire to touch, to experience, to be served in person. His instincts proved prescient. By late 2000, the dot-com bubble was deflating rapidly. By 2001, LVMH was writing down approximately $100 million in digital investments as e-luxury ventures struggled to convert visitors to buyers. In a tense meeting at LVMH headquarters, Bernard absorbed the financial damage reports with characteristic composure. We extract the lesson, he said, echoing his words from the DFS episode. Digital is a channel, not a replacement for our core experience. And, most importantly, we must own our customer relationships directly. Platform risk is unacceptable. It was another costly education, but one that would form a crucial pillar of LVMH doctrine in the decades to come. The CBS camera crew transformed Bernard's elegant office into a temporary studio, adjusting lights and checking sound levels. Morley Safer, the veteran 60 Minutes correspondent, sat opposite Bernard, preparing for an interview that would introduce the French luxury titan to mainstream American audiences. It was 2001, and despite recent setbacks in digital ventures, LVMH had emerged from the Asian crisis stronger than before. Bernard had weathered both financial storms and internal challenges to his leadership. Now, at 52, he was ready to present himself, not just as a businessman, but as a curator of culture. Mr. Arnault, Safer began once the cameras rolled. You've built the world's largest luxury group, yet many Americans don't know your name. How would you describe what you do? Bernard considered his response carefully. I don't simply run businesses, he said in his accented but precise English. I manage a portfolio of creativity, of creative houses with centuries of heritage alongside new artistic visions. And the bottom line? Safer pressed. You're famous for your attention to profitability. Bernard smiled slightly. Money is just a consequence. It is not the primary goal. We focus on creating desire, on preserving savoir-faire, on extending the lifespan of these extraordinary maisons. When we do that correctly, profitability will come. The camera captured his art collection visible in the background pieces by Picasso, Hockney, and other masters that reflected his personal aesthetic but also positioned him as a custodian of culture rather than merely a merchant. After the crew packed up, Bernard stood by his window, contemplating this new phase of his public identity. The American market was increasingly crucial to LVMH's future, and this carefully cultivated persona. The aesthete, the businessman who treats commerce as art, would resonate with affluent consumers seeking meaning in their purchases. The past 5 years had taught him expensive but valuable lessons about creative chaos as economic driver, about the dangers of unowned channels, about doubling down when others retreat. Each lesson had been inscribed into the LVMH doctrine, transforming personal insight into institutional wisdom. Outside, Paris glowed in early evening light. The new century was still finding its footing after the dot-com crash and recent global uncertainties. But Bernard had navigated enough cycles to recognize the pattern. Crisis created opportunity for those with patience, capital, and clarity of vision. He picked up a Dior earnings report from his desk. Revenue had indeed tripled since Galliano's appointment. Creative chaos, properly channeled, had translated to commercial success. Formula was working. In the quiet of his office, Bernard allowed himself a moment of satisfaction, not in the numbers themselves, but in the validation of his instincts against conventional wisdom. The path forward was clear. Own the brands, own the channels, own the customer relationship. Everything else was negotiable. Rain began to fall softly outside his window, the drops catching light from the city below. Bernard watched them trail down the glass, each following its own path yet governed by the same essential forces. Like luxury itself, individual expressions flowing within the eternal currents of human desire. The Shanghai rain fell in precise vertical lines, each droplet illuminating like a diamond against the midnight dark windows of the Louis Vuitton flagship. Bernard Arnault stood motionless, watching the city through glass that separated him from the humid October night. The financial world was burning, But here he was, opening another temple to luxury. "Monsieur Arnault," a voice said behind him, "the officials have arrived." Bernard straightened his already immaculate Dior suit and turned. At 60, his lean frame and controlled movements reflected a lifetime of disciplined ambition. His face, handsome but serious, with watchful eyes that revealed nothing, was the face of a chess player eternally 6 moves ahead. "Good," he replied, glancing at his watch. "Let's not keep them waiting." The 2008 global financial crisis was only weeks old. Lehman Brothers had collapsed in September, credit markets were frozen, and stock indices around the world had plummeted. Most luxury competitors were retreating, cutting marketing budgets and delaying expansion. But Bernard Arnault was doing the opposite. In the private reception room, Shanghai's political and business elite mingled under crystal chandeliers. Bernard moved through the crowd with practiced ease, speaking in careful, measured tones. His Mandarin was limited but deliberate. He'd been studying. This wasn't his first time in China. LVMH had established itself in 1992 as one of the first luxury groups licensed to operate here. But tonight represented something different, a doubling down while others withdrew. "Chairman Liu," Bernard said, shaking hands with a senior party official. "Thank you for honoring us with your presence." The older man nodded, his face impassive. "You build while others destroy, Monsieur Arnault. This takes courage, or perhaps knowledge we don't possess." Bernard allowed himself the faintest smile. "Not knowledge, Chairman, just patience. Markets fall, markets rise, but desire is constant." In the background, champagne glasses clinked. The store itself, all marble and glass, with bags displayed like religious artifacts, hummed with the energy of exclusivity. Each detail had been personally reviewed by Bernard during previous visits. He'd arrived unannounced at other Louis Vuitton locations in the city, testing service quality and examining merchandise presentation with the obsessive eye of a surgeon. Later that night, in his suite at the Peninsula Hotel, Bernard stood at another window. The Bund glittered below, Shanghai's financial district, a statement of China's ambitions. His phone buzzed, Paris calling. "Oui," he answered. "The numbers from New York are terrible," his CFO reported without preamble. "Retail traffic down 40% week over week. The Americans are panicking." Bernard watched a boat move across the black water of the Huangpu River. "And our advertising commitments? We could save perhaps 200 million euros if we—" "Double them," Bernard interrupted. "Pardon? Double our marketing budgets for the key brands. Louis Vuitton, Dior, Dom Perignon. Not across all channels, be strategic. But I want visibility while others hide." Silence on the line. Then, "The board may question this approach during a crisis of this magnitude." Bernard's reflection in the glass looked back at him, unblinking. "The crisis is precisely why we must do it. When others retreat, we advance. Our competitors lack our balance sheet and our nerve. They'll cut, creating space we can fill. By the time they recover, their customers will be ours. And the 2009 forecasts will be the worst in our history," Bernard said calmly. "We should prepare the organization for that reality, but we will not behave as though we believe it's permanent." After ending the call, Bernard opened his laptop. The latest financial projection stared back at him. 2009 revenue estimated at 17.1 billion euros, a 17% year-over-year decline. Operating profit projected at 2.9 billion euros. Painful, but far from catastrophic. The LVMH model, a portfolio of brands across different luxury categories, was being stress-tested in real time. "The fortress will hold," he murmured to himself. 3 months later, January 2009, Bernard sat in his minimalist office at 22 Avenue Montaigne. Outside, Paris was gripped by rare snow, the Eiffel Tower barely visible through swirling flakes. On his desk, a modernist slab of pale wood, sat a small rodent sculpture, the Thinker, and precisely organized folders containing performance reviews. His assistant announced the arrival of Pierre Godet, his longtime legal advisor and confidant. "The executive reviews are complete?" Pierre asked, settling into a chair. Bernard nodded, tapping the folders. 68 senior leaders. I've seen each personally." Pierre raised an eyebrow. "And the verdict?" 7 will need to find opportunities elsewhere." Bernard's tone was neither cruel nor apologetic. "Up or out, Pierre, especially now." This annual culling of approximately 10% of senior leadership was not unusual at LVMH. Bernard had instituted the practice years earlier, creating an ecosystem of performance pressure that kept the organization sharp. Some critics called it ruthless. Bernard considered it necessary hygiene. "The luxury market punishes complacency," he continued. "We don't have the luxury of carrying passengers, especially through this crisis." Pierre nodded. "Have you spoken with Nicolas?" he asked, referring to French President Nicolas Sarkozy. "Last week. He understands our strategy. France needs its champions to remain aggressive." Bernard's relationship with Sarkozy had strengthened since the center-right president took office in 2007. It wasn't merely pragmatic, there was ideological alignment. Both believed in a France that rewarded ambition rather than restraining it. The political relationships Bernard cultivated weren't just about access, they were about creating an environment where LVMH could thrive as a national standard-bearer. "And the China expansion continues?" Pierre asked. "Accelerates," Bernard corrected. "I've approved 3 new Louis Vuitton locations and additional investment in Dior boutiques. We'll double our advertising presence." While our competitors retrench. Bernard stood and walked to the window. "They misunderstand the nature of true luxury, Pierre. In a crisis, the merely expensive becomes impossible to justify. But the truly exceptional becomes even more desirable, a safe harbor for value. Our job is to ensure we remain exceptional." Spring arrived in Paris with a gentle persistence that belied the economic carnage still unfolding globally. Bernard walked through the Tuileries garden early one morning, the gravel crunching beneath Italian leather shoes polished to a mirror shine. These morning walks, always alone, always before dawn, were his time to think without interruption. His phone vibrated. Few people had this number, and fewer still would dare use it at 5:30 a.m. "Arnault," he answered. "Bernard, it's Jean-Jacques." The voice belonged to the CEO of one of LVMH's watch brands, a man fighting for his position after consecutive quarters of declining performance. "You're awake early, Jean-Jacques. I've been reviewing the new distribution strategy you requested. I believe we should reconsider the pricing adjustments. Discounting in certain channels could." "No." Bernard's voice was soft but absolute. "But our competitors are." "I'm not interested in what our competitors are doing. They're drowning, we're not. Discounting is surrender. It tells the customer we never believed in our value to begin with." The silence stretched until Jean-Jacques finally spoke. "Without some flexibility on pricing, I cannot guarantee we'll meet quarterly targets." Bernard stopped walking, his gaze settling on the distant shape of the Louvre in the half-light. "Spreadsheets don't make dreams, Jean-Jacques, but they do measure whether we're worthy of keeping ours alive." The metaphor was characteristic of Bernard's leadership style, poetic but pointed. Behind the philosophical veneer lay an obsessive attention to margins and performance metrics. LVMH operated with financial discipline that would impress investment bankers. Yet Bernard insisted that the company's soul resided in its creativity and craftsmanship. "I understand," Jean-Jacques said finally. "Do you? Then you'll understand this. Protect the brand's integrity at all costs. No discounting, no compromised distribution. Find another way." After ending the call, Bernard continued his walk. The sky was lightening now, Paris coming alive around him. He thought about his father, the construction magnate from Roubaix, who had taught him that business was about building structures that outlasted their creators. LVMH was Bernard's cathedral, each brand a flying buttress supporting the central ambition, the transformation of creativity into capital, and capital back into creativity. The financial crisis would pass. Bernard had lived through downturns before: the post-9/11 luxury slowdown, the 1997 Asian financial crisis. Each time, LVMH had emerged stronger because he refused to manage by fear. Crisis revealed character. It separated those who truly believed in their vision from those who merely professed belief when conditions were favorable. Late summer 2009, Bernard sat in the back of his Mercedes as it glided through the gates of his weekend home outside Paris. The sprawling estate, a 19th-century chateau meticulously restored, represented not just wealth but continuity, a bridge between past and future. His phone rang. Antoine, his eldest son and the head of communications for Louis Vuitton. "The third-quarter projections are in," Antoine said. "We're seeing the first signs of recovery. China up 12% year over year. Even the U.S. showing stabilization." Bernard watched the manicured landscape pass by. "And our market share?" "Gained in every major category. The competitor analysis shows we've captured approximately 3 points across the portfolio while they were retrenching." The strategy was working. By maintaining expansion and marketing through the worst of the crisis, LVMH had strengthened its position relative to competitors. The cost had been significant. 2009 would still be the company's worst year in recent memory, but the group had cemented its dominance. "Have you visited the new Shanghai location?" Bernard asked. "Last month. The traffic is extraordinary even in this environment. The relationship investments you've made there are paying dividends. We're getting preferential locations that competitors can't access." Bernard nodded, satisfaction evident only in the slightest relaxation around his eyes. Those relationships, built over nearly 2 decades since LVMH's first entry into China in 1992, were proving invaluable. While Western luxury brands were treated with suspicion in many quarters, LVMH had positioned itself as a respectful, long-term partner. "Keep your focus there," Bernard instructed. "The next decade will be determined by who establishes dominance in China now, during the crisis. This is not the time for restraint." As the car pulled up to the chateau, Bernard's wife joined him for the short walk inside. The home was a sanctuary of refined taste, priceless art, perfect proportions, and an atmosphere of cultivated ease that only generations of wealth can produce. Yet Bernard had not inherited this life. He had built it, decision by decision, acquisition by acquisition. That evening, over dinner with close friends, a senior government minister and his wife, a renowned architect, a discreet Russian oligarch, Bernard was unusually reflective. "The world changed in 2008, he said, swirling a glass of Chateau d'Yquem, one of the many prestigious wine labels in the LVMH portfolio. Not just financially, the psychological landscape shifted." "Toward what?" the minister asked. Bernard considered. "Toward a new form of luxury. less ostentatious, more discerning. The customer who survived this crisis will demand substance behind the symbol. They'll want to know why something costs what it does, the craftsmanship, the heritage, the creativity. The logo alone will no longer suffice. "You sound almost philosophical, Bernard," the architect said with a smile. "Business at this level is philosophy," Bernard replied. "It's about understanding what humans desire before they can articulate it themselves." Later, alone in his study, Bernard reviewed the notes for the following week's executive committee meeting. The crisis had proven the resilience of the LVMH model, but it had also exposed vulnerabilities that needed addressing. Some brands had weathered the storm better than others. The group's distribution strategy required refinement. Digital commerce, still in its infancy but growing rapidly, demanded more sophisticated attention. Bernard made careful annotations, his handwriting precise and economical. Outside, the French countryside lay bathed in moonlight, timeless and serene. The contrast wasn't lost on him, eternal beauty alongside ruthless adaptation. That was the paradox at the heart of luxury, the tension that made it both compelling and profitable. The financial crisis of 2008-2009 would pass into history as a moment when most retreated, but LVMH advanced. The decisions made during these difficult months, maintaining expansion, doubling marketing, deepening relationships in emerging markets, enforcing brand discipline, would shape the group's trajectory for the next decade and beyond. Bernard closed his notebook and stood by the window, looking out at his domain. The world of high finance might tremble, governments might falter, but desire remained constant. And Bernard Arnault had built an empire on the architecture of desire, understanding it, channeling it, and ultimately profiting from its endless renewal. The Parisian rain fell softly against the windows of the LVMH headquarters, droplets sliding down the glass like the minutes of a tense board meeting. Bernard Arnault sat alone at his desk, staring at financial reports that confirmed what he already knew. His quiet acquisition of Hermès shares had been discovered. The year was 2010, and what had begun as a masterful chess move was quickly becoming the most public battle of his career. 23%, he murmured, running his finger along the page. Almost a quarter of Hermès, acquired piece by piece. The strategy had been elegant in its simplicity, using cash-settled equity swaps and complex derivatives to build the stake without triggering disclosure requirements. But elegance had given way to exposure. The phone on his desk rang. It was Nicolas Bazir, his political fixer and longtime confidant. "The Hermès family has released their statement," Bazir said, his voice betraying no emotion. "They're calling it an attack. They're using the word hostile." Arnault sighed. "They would. They're comparing it to an unwelcome suitor stealing into the house in the middle of the night." "Poetry," Arnault replied with a thin smile. "From leather makers." When he hung up, Arnault stood and walked to the window. Paris stretched before him, the city he had conquered through calculated acquisitions and uncompromising vision. At 61, he had transformed from a provincial real estate developer to the architect of the world's largest luxury empire. But Hermès, money, family-controlled, fiercely independent Hermès, was proving different. The Hermès family was already mobilizing, creating a holding structure to block any further advances. The old-world craftsmen were fighting back against the industrialist, the artisanal defenders against the corporate raider. It was being framed as a battle for the soul of French luxury. "We need to frame this differently," Pierre Godet advised during their strategy meeting the next morning. Godet, Arnault's financial architect, had helped engineer many of LVMH's most consequential deals. The narrative is working against us. They're portraying themselves as defenders of tradition against us. Sidney Toledano, CEO of Christian Dior and one of Arnault's most trusted operators, nodded. The craft versus commerce narrative is powerful. We need to counter with our own story. We are not the villain in this tale, Arnault said softly, swirling the espresso in his cup. We are investors who recognize value. We appreciate what makes Hermès special. That's why we want a stake. The financial regulators may see it differently, Bazir cautioned. The AMF is already asking questions about the disclosure timing. Arnault set down his cup. Handle it. But even as he spoke, he recognized a rare sensation, the feeling of boundaries he could not simply push through. Hermès represented something he could not acquire through financial engineering alone. It stood for a particular kind of French identity, one that viewed his brand of capitalism with suspicion. By 2012, the Hermès battle had become a sidebar to a more personal challenge. François Hollande had won the French presidency on a platform that included a 75% tax rate on incomes above 1 million euros. For Arnault, whose wealth had grown to make him one of Europe's richest men, the proposal represented not just a financial threat, but an ideological one. Belgian citizenship, he said to his advisors, gathered in the private dining room adjacent to his office. I've begun the application process. The room fell silent. Outside, Paris continued under leaden skies, unaware of the decision being contemplated by one of its most powerful citizens. The optics will be challenging, Bazir finally offered. I'm aware of the optics, Arnault replied, but principles matter. This tax is punitive. It targets success. The application was filed quietly, but in the world of European high finance, few secrets remained buried. When news broke in September 2012, the backlash was immediate and fierce. "Get lost, rich jerk," screamed the front page of Libération. Social media exploded with accusations of betrayal. How could the man who had built his fortune on French luxury brands, on the very idea of French heritage, abandon his country when asked to contribute more? Arnault sat in his apartment that evening watching the coverage with a stony expression. The television cast blue shadows across his face as commentators debated his patriotism. "Turn it off," he finally said to his assistant. In the following days, he issued a statement. "I am and will remain a tax resident in France." He emphasized his love for France, his commitment to its economy. The Belgian citizenship application, he explained, was for business reasons related to his holding structures, not to avoid taxes. LVMH, he pointed out, paid approximately 3.5 billion euros in corporate taxes annually. But the damage was done. Despite maintaining a Belgian residency through 2013, Arnault would eventually withdraw his citizenship application entirely. The episode had revealed something important. The man who had mastered financial engineering and corporate structures had miscalculated the currency of public sentiment. In the post-financial crisis world, with the Occupy movement having made the 1% a global epithet, even Bernard Arnault could not escape the changing winds of public opinion. "The foundation will change perceptions," Arnault said in early 2014, standing beside a scale model of the Frank Gehry-designed foundation, Louis Vuitton. The building resembled a magnificent ship with glass sails, anchored in the Bois de Boulogne on the western edge of Paris. "This is our gift to France, to French culture." The foundation represented the culmination of a vision that had begun in 2006. Now, after years of design and construction, at a cost of approximately $143 million, it was nearly complete. More than a museum, It was to be Arnault's legacy project, a permanent monument to art, to culture, and, quietly, to himself. President Hollande has confirmed he will attend the opening, Bazzi reported. It sends the right message, a reconciliation of sorts. The same president whose tax policy had driven him to consider Belgian citizenship would now stand beside him to inaugurate a cultural landmark. Politics, like business, was always in motion. Adversaries became allies when interests aligned. The foundation is beyond politics, Arnault replied. It belongs to France. In the privacy of his thoughts, however, he recognized the strategic value of cultural philanthropy. The museum would align LVMH with French patrimony in the public imagination. It would solidify his position not just as a businessman, but as a patron, a collector, a tastemaker. The financial structures behind his empire might optimize for tax efficiency through Belgian intellectual property holdings and complex corporate architectures. But the foundation would stand in Paris, undeniably French, undeniably his. The Hermes matter reached its legal conclusion that same year. The French financial regulator, Autorité des Marchés Financiers, AMF, fined LVMH €8 million for failing to disclose its stake building. It was a symbolic penalty for a company of LVMH's size, but the public rebuke stung. We should appeal, Godet suggested during a late evening meeting in Arnault's office. No, Arnault replied after a moment of consideration. We pay the fine, we move forward. The Hermes family has won this round, Toledano observed. Their holding structure is in place. They've effectively blocked us. Arnault's expression revealed nothing, but those who knew him best recognized the slight tightening around his eyes. The only visible sign of his disappointment. Hermes would remain unconquered territory, a rare rejection for a man accustomed to eventual victory. We still hold 23%, he said. It remains a valuable investment. Later that night, after his team had departed, Arnault remained in his office. The lights of Paris glittered below like the diamonds in his jewelry houses. He thought about boundaries, about the limits that even he, with all his resources and determination, could not overcome. The Hermes family had united against him. The French public had rejected his Belgian citizenship gambit. Yet his empire continued to grow. The setbacks, he reflected, were temporary. The foundation was eternal. You never speak about succession, Charlie Rose said during their 2014 interview in New York. Your children work in the business. Do you envision one of them taking your place someday? Arnault smiled, the practiced smile of a man who had spent decades in the public eye. I think about the future of the company every day, but I don't think about succession. I'm too busy thinking about creation, about innovation. At some point, yes, decisions will be made, Arnault interjected smoothly. My children are talented. They're learning the business from the ground up, as they should. The interview continued, touching on creativity, on the global luxury market, on the opening of the foundation. But Arnault revealed little that had not been carefully considered beforehand. After 3 decades at the helm of LVMH, he had mastered the art of speaking without truly disclosing. The day the foundation, Louis Vuitton, opened to the public in October 2014, Arnault stood beside President Hollande for the ribbon cutting. Photographers captured the moment. The businessman and the president, commerce and state, temporarily aligned under Gary's soaring glass sails. This building will be here long after we are gone, Hollande said during his remarks, gesturing to the spectacular structure behind them. Arnault nodded, allowing himself a moment of visible satisfaction. Permanence was rare in business. Companies rose and fell. Markets expanded and contracted. but the foundation would endure, carrying his legacy forward in physical form. That evening, as guests explored the galleries filled with works from his personal collection, Basquiat, Koons, Ritter Arnault moved quietly through the spaces. The museum's climate control systems hummed softly, maintaining the perfect temperature and humidity for preservation. Fresh concrete and the subtle scent of new furniture mingled with expensive perfumes worn by the opening night guests. "Magnificent, isn't it?" a voice said beside him. It was an old friend, a fellow collector. "Yes," Arnault replied, looking up at the soaring ceilings. "It is." What he didn't say was that the foundation represented something beyond luxury, beyond commerce. In a period marked by the Hermès conflict and the tax controversy, a time when his motives and his methods had been questioned, the museum stood as a different kind of statement. It spoke of permanence in an impermanent world, of cultural contribution rather than acquisition. As midnight approached and the last guests departed, Arnault remained, walking the empty galleries alone. The building creaked subtly, settling into itself like a ship at anchor. Outside, Paris continued its eternal life, the city he had sometimes battled but never abandoned. Inside, surrounded by the art he had collected and the architecture he had commissioned, he allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. The Hermes defeat had shown him that some treasures remained beyond reach. The tax controversy had revealed the limits of financial engineering in a world increasingly concerned with social equity. But the foundation, this glorious ship of glass and culture, this was unquestionably his. Not acquired, but created. Not taken, but given. In the quiet of the gallery, Bernard Arnault smiled. The game continued. And he was still playing. The afternoon light spilled through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse office, casting long shadows across the polished marble floor. Bernard Arnault stood motionless, gazing out at the Paris skyline. At 66, his slender frame remained elegant in a perfectly tailored navy suit, his silver hair precisely combed. He held a glass of water, never alcohol during business hours, and contemplated the city that had both challenged and crowned him. "Monsieur Arnault," his assistant's voice came through the intercom. "The real estate documents from Los Angeles have arrived for your signature." He pressed a button. "Send them in, please." The 2015 acquisition was significant even by his standards. Approximately $100 million for the Trousdale Estates mansion in Beverly Hills. Not that Bernard needed another home. He already owned a magnificent residence in Paris and a chalet in Courchevel where the family gathered each winter. But in the calculus of ultra-luxury, physical assets were statements, and America remained essential territory. His chief of staff entered with a leather portfolio. "Everything is in order, sir." The seller accepted all conditions. Bernard signed without comment, his fountain pen moving deliberately across the documents. Another piece of the global map claimed, not as conquest, but as strategic positioning. The mansion would serve for West Coast meetings, entertaining Hollywood connections, and, most importantly, establishing presence. In luxury, presence was currency. "Thank you, Philippe. Has Leonardo's team confirmed for the Tag Heuer event next month?" "Yes, sir. DiCaprio is fully committed to the campaign." Bernard nodded with quiet satisfaction. The partnership with Leonardo DiCaprio as Tag Heuer ambassador exemplified what LVMH had mastered: celebrity association that transcended mere endorsement. DiCaprio brought environmental credibility, artistic seriousness, and global appeal, precisely the blend of attributes that elevated a brand beyond merely expensive to genuinely desirable. Good. And the Notre Dame Foundation meeting? Thursday morning. They're eager to discuss preservation initiatives even before any major restoration needs. Bernard had no way of knowing that 4 years later he would pledge 200 million euros when flames would engulf the cathedral's spire. That future moment would bring both praise and criticism, questions about tax deductibility, and whether only 100 million euros would be delivered by 2023. But today, Notre Dame stood intact, a symbol of French permanence that resonated with his own vision of legacy. Later that evening, Bernard sat in the back of his Mercedes as it glided through Paris traffic toward a private dinner with Nicolas Sarkozy. Though no longer president, Sarkozy maintained significant influence, and Bernard valued these connections across the political spectrum. He had supported Sarkozy in 2007, but politics required flexibility. Already he was watching the rise of Emmanuel Macron, the young economy minister with investment banking experience and reformist ideas. His driver navigated through the 8th arrondissement, past the luxury boutiques that LVMH either owned or competed with. Bernard observed the Chinese tourists queuing outside Louis Vuitton, the Saudi families emerging from Dior with multiple shopping bags, the Japanese couples photographing Guangzhou's window displays. Global wealth continued flowing despite economic uncertainties elsewhere. Brexit looming, populism rising across Europe and America. The dinner was intimate, just 4 people in a private room at a 3-star restaurant. Sarkozy arrived last, embracing Bernard with the characteristic enthusiasm of a Mediterranean politician. "Bernard, always the picture of discretion and success," Sarkozy said, taking his seat. "I was just telling Christine how your strategy proves that France can still dominate global luxury while others worry about industrial decline." Bernard offered a modest smile. "We simply protect craftsmanship while embracing global markets. The formula isn't complicated, just difficult to execute consistently. And this is why you remain exceptional," Sarkozy said, accepting a glass of wine. "Speaking of global markets, what do you make of this American election? This Trump phenomenon seems unbelievable to Europeans." Bernard measured his response carefully. Democratic systems produce unexpected candidates sometimes. Regardless of who wins, America will remain a critical market. We adapt to political realities without becoming entangled in them. This philosophy had served him well. LVMH would later contribute approximately $200,000 through subsidiaries to Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign. Yet when Trump won, Bernard would be among the first French business leaders to meet with him in 2017, announcing plans for a Texas factory, though these plans would eventually be shelved. "And your American expansion continues?" asked Christine, Sarkozy's wife. "Steadily. The Los Angeles property just closed, but real estate is secondary to brand positioning." The conversation drifted to art, another passion where Bernard's strategy mirrored his business approach, long-term acquisition of irreplaceable assets. The Fondation Louis Vuitton, his Frank Gehry-designed museum opened the previous year, was already redefining Paris's cultural landscape. Beneath the casual dinner dialogue, Bernard was mapping connections between art patronage, political influence, and luxury market positioning, all threads in the same tapestry. By 2007, political currents had shifted. Bernard stood in LVMH headquarters, now hosting President Emmanuel Macron. At 70, Bernard had seen French presidents come and go, but Macron represented something he understood intuitively, the power of youth combined with institutional credibility. "Your support means a great deal," Macron said quietly as they walked through a private exhibition of LVMH's heritage craftsmanship, "especially as we reform labor laws and position France as business-friendly." "France needs to appear open to the world while protecting what makes us unique," Bernard replied. It's not unlike what we do with our maisons, modernize operations while preserving the mystique. Macron nodded. The parallels haven't escaped me, though I suspect you manage succession planning more effectively than democratic governments. Bernard allowed a rare smile at this. Succession remained a delicate topic. His 5 children all held positions within the empire, but who would ultimately take control remained carefully unannounced. The speculation created its own mystique, another form of luxury marketing. Perhaps. But both require balancing tradition with innovation, Bernard said, steering the conversation to safer ground. Later, after Macron departed, Bernard sat alone in his office reviewing quarterly reports. LVMH's business model had never been more clearly articulated: vertical integration across 5 divisions, luxury pricing power, repeat buyers, and global distribution. The formula worked because it balanced opposing forces: exclusivity versus scale, tradition versus innovation, artistic freedom versus commercial discipline. His phone buzzed with a message from his team in New York. Early discussions with Tiffany & Co. were progressing. Bernard felt a familiar, quiet excitement. Tiffany represented American heritage, global recognition, and untapped potential, precisely the combination he looked for in acquisitions. The Notre Dame fire in April 2019 sent shockwaves through Paris and the world. Bernard watched the news footage with a complex mixture of emotions: cultural anguish, civic responsibility, and strategic awareness of a moment when corporate citizenship would be measured. His pledge of €200 million came quickly, alongside other French billionaires. The public initially praised this generosity, then questions emerged about tax advantages and implementation timelines. Bernard found these criticisms predictable but irritating. Philanthropy at his level was inevitably scrutinized through multiple lenses. "We give with our heart," was his only public comment before directing his team to handle the details privately. The actual funds would flow gradually as restoration plans developed, around €100 million by 2023. But Bernard understood that time operated differently for historical monuments than for quarterly reports. Notre Dame had stood for centuries. Its restoration would not be rushed by media cycles. November 2019 brought Bernard to a watershed moment. In a conference room high above Manhattan, he sat across from the Tiffany & Co. executives. At 70, he had orchestrated many acquisitions, but this would be the largest in luxury history, $16.2 billion for an American icon. The negotiations had been intense, but ultimately successful. When Bernard signed the final agreement, photographers captured the moment. The Frenchman in his impeccable suit, the symbolic blue Tiffany box positioned carefully nearby, the assembled executives watching a page of history turn. "Time is luxury's greatest ally," Bernard remarked after the signing. The statement encapsulated his investment philosophy. Patient capital applied to heritage assets could yield extraordinary returns, not just financially but culturally. On the private jet back to Paris, Bernard reviewed the acquisition materials again. Tiffany represented the culmination of a strategy he had refined over decades: identify underperforming heritage brands, apply the LVMH operational playbook, elevate pricing and positioning, expand global distribution while maintaining exclusivity. The plane cruised at 40,000 feet through the darkness over the Atlantic. Bernard gazed out the window, the engine's hum creating a cocoon of quietude. Below, invisible in the night, lay the same ocean his products crossed daily: Louis Vuitton trunks, Dom Perignon champagne, Dior perfumes, and soon, Tiffany blue boxes. He thought about the empire he had constructed. 75 distinct maisons across fashion, wines and spirits, perfumes, watches, and jewelry, employing over 156,000 people and generating approximately 53.5 billion euros in annual revenue. From a construction company, Air in Roubaix, to the architect of global luxury's most formidable conglomerate. A steward approached with a glass of water. Bernard accepted it and returned to the financial projections for Tiffany. The acquisition would close in 2020, though neither he nor anyone could anticipate how a looming pandemic would complicate the transaction, leading to renegotiations and legal maneuvers. But tonight, gliding through the stratosphere, Bernard Arnault contemplated his biggest bet with characteristic calculated optimism. The blue box represented something beyond its price tag. Another chapter in a career spent acquiring not just companies but dreams, transforming family businesses into global icons. All while maintaining the delicate illusion that luxury exists beyond commerce, in a rarefied atmosphere of heritage, craftsmanship, and exclusivity. The aircraft began its descent toward Paris, where the lights of the city formed a glittering carpet below, a constellation of brightness against the darkness. Not unlike the empire Bernard had spent his life assembling, one luminous acquisition at a time. The morning light slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows of Bernard Arnault's office on Avenue Montaigne, catching dust motes as they danced in the still air. At 75, the chairman and CEO of LVMH still arrived before anyone else, his silhouette framed against the Parisian skyline. He stood by the window, gazing at a city emerging from the most challenging period in modern memory. The pandemic had tested even the mighty LVMH empire. Bernard ran his fingers along the edge of his immaculate desk, where a small bronze Rodin thinker sat beside a family portrait of his 5 children. The Hermes desk set, a touch of irony given his failed takeover of the rival luxury house a decade earlier, gleamed in the morning light. His assistant placed his morning reading on the desk, Le Figaro, Financial Times, and Women's Wear Daily. Bernard nodded without looking up. The routine remained unchanged, a ritual as consistent as the 10,000 steps he walked each day, the precisely timed single glass of red wine he permitted himself at dinner, or his refusal of coffee after 3 p.m. "The Tiffany numbers," he said quietly, hand outstretched. The assistant placed a leather portfolio on the desk. 2 years had passed since the renegotiation of what many called the deal of the pandemic. When COVID-19 had shuttered stores worldwide and halted global tourism, Bernard had moved swiftly to renegotiate the acquisition of the American jeweler, attempting to reduce the $16.2 billion price tag. "Tiffany has sued us," his son Antoine had informed him in June 2020, when Bernard had attempted to back away from the deal. Bernard had merely nodded. They will settle. Everyone settles eventually. He had been right, of course. By October, Tiffany had agreed to a reduced price of $15.9 billion, a $400 million discount that demonstrated Bernard's unflinching negotiating style even during a global crisis. The transaction had completed in January 2021, adding another crown jewel to his empire. Now, in the quiet of his office, Bernard studied the Tiffany integration metrics. The brand represented his latest triumph in high jewelry, a sector where his ambitions still grew despite commanding a portfolio of over 75 brands across 5 divisions, with 213,000 employees worldwide. "The Chinese numbers," he murmured, turning a page. The report showed the concerning softness in the Chinese market that had pulled LVMH's annualized revenue down to $82 billion by late 2024, a retreat from the record €86.2 billion in 2023. Even the mighty Bernard Arnault could not control the shifting winds of geopolitics and consumer sentiment. His phone buzzed discreetly. "Your daughter is here," his assistant announced. Moments later, Delphine Arnault entered, carrying a portfolio of her own. At 49, she had grown into her role as CEO of Dior Couture with the same quiet authority her father exhibited. Some industry observers considered her the most likely successor when Bernard eventually stepped down. Though Antoine's communications expertise and the roles of his other children, Alexandre, Frédéric, and Jean, created a court of heirs, a parent that kept succession questions constantly simmering. "The new campaign," she said, placing designs on his desk. "The creative director is waiting for your approval." Bernard studied the images with the precision of an engineer and the eye of an art collector. This dual perspective, the calculation of an industrialist combined with the discernment of a connoisseur, had defined his 5-decade ascent. "The model looks tired," he said finally. "The lighting on the product is wrong. It doesn't convey desire." Delphine nodded. After years of these exchanges, she understood that her father's critique wasn't personal, but part of the machine they had built together, a machine that transformed creativity into commerce with ruthless efficiency. "How is the Middle East expansion progressing?" Bernard asked, changing topics with characteristic abruptness. "On schedule. 2 properties identified for the LVMH hotels, as you requested." Bernard nodded. With China slowing, the pivot to India and the Middle East represented the next horizon for growth. The hotels, scheduled to open in 2025, marked his latest vertical integration, extending the LVMH experience beyond products into hospitality. "And the labor situation at Sephora France?" he asked. A shadow crossed Delphine's face. "Resolved. The 3.5% wage increase ended the strikes." Bernard made no comment. The 2022 Sephora France strikes had been handled at the operational level, as he preferred. His public silence on labor issues was strategic, a firewall between the Arnault name and the messy realities of managing a workforce of over 200,000 across luxury's global supply chains. This separation had served him particularly well during the 2021 allegations linking LVMH suppliers to Uyghur forced labor in Xinjiang. The company had denied the allegations and pledged audits, though the results remained undisclosed. Bernard had maintained his distance from the controversy, letting corporate statements serve as the public response. "Your meeting with the board is in 30 minutes, Delphine reminded him. "They want to discuss the succession timeline again." Bernard's expression didn't change, but his fingers tapped once on the desk. In 2022, shareholders had approved an extension allowing him to remain CEO until 2026, when he would be 77. The succession clock ticked louder each year, but Bernard showed no inclination to accelerate the timeline. "The company will outlive us all," he said quietly. 500 years from now, LVMH will still stand." This statement, part hubris, part marketing, part genuine ambition, reflected Bernard's view of himself as merely the first architect of a dynasty meant to span centuries. The governance structure he had created, control via Christian Dior SE's ownership stake in LVMH, reinforced by dual-class shares, was designed to keep family control intact long after his departure. "The board will want specifics," Delphine said. Bernard waved his hand dismissively. "They always do." After Delphine departed, Bernard walked to the window again. From his vantage point, he could see the spire of Notre Dame Cathedral, still undergoing reconstruction after the 2019 fire. He had pledged €200 million to its restoration, though critics noted that only half had been delivered by 2023 and questioned the tax advantages and brand halo effect of such philanthropy. "We give with our heart," had been his only public response to such criticism. His phone buzzed again. "Antoine is on line 1. Bernard picked up immediately. "Yes?" "The foundation numbers are in," Antoine said. 12 million visitors since opening, 1.4 million last year alone. Bernard allowed himself a small smile. The Foundation Louis Vuitton, his €500 million, Frank Gehry-designed museum in the Bois de Boulogne, represented his most visible cultural legacy. With its annual operating budget of approximately $50 million, it served as both a world-class art museum and a monument to Arnault's vision of LVMH as not merely a corporation but a cultural institution. "Good," Bernard said simply. After the call, he checked his watch. A discreet Patek Philippe rather than one of LVMH's own TAG Heuer or Hublot timepieces. He had 20 minutes before the board meeting where, once again, he would deflect questions about succession while maintaining his grip on power. His wealth that morning stood at approximately $180 billion, down from its April 2023 peak of $230 billion when he had briefly been named the world's richest person. The fluctuations reflected LVMH's stock performance, driven by his approximately 48% stake in the company, along with his Christian Dior SE holdings. But the true scale of Bernard's empire extended beyond these public numbers. His personal assets included an estimated €1 billion in real estate and a private art collection valued at over €1 billion, featuring works by Picasso, Basquiat, and Yves Klein. The exact breakdown of his holdings, his personal liquidity, and his effective tax rate remained subjects of speculation, opacity being another tool in the Arnault arsenal. Bernard walked to the door, where his driver waited to take him the short distance to the board meeting. The Bombardier Global 7500 private jet that transported him around the world remained on standby at Le Bourget Airport, another emblem of power carefully maintained. The afternoon sun cast long shadows as Bernard emerged from LVMH headquarters. A small crowd of tourists photographed the building, unaware that the architect of luxury's largest empire walked among them. Bernard moved with the confident stride of a much younger man, passing the boutiques of Avenue Montaigne, many bearing LVMH logos with barely a glance. At the board meeting, the predictable questions arose about succession, China's slowdown, and the company's ESG commitments. Bernard addressed each with practiced precision, revealing only what served his purposes. "Our focus remains on controlled growth, vertical integration, and category expansion," he told the directors. The hotel business opens in 2025. The Tiffany acquisition continues to perform within expectations. Our ultra-high jewelry segment shows particular promise. A board member leaned forward. "And succession, Monsieur Arnault?" Bernard offered the thin smile that had become his trademark. "The governance structure is clear. My 5 children hold positions appropriate to their talents. The company has approved my leadership through 2026. Beyond that, we will ensure a smooth transition when the time comes." The answer, like so many Bernard had given over the decades, revealed nothing while appearing to address the question. Later that evening, in the private dining room of a discreet restaurant near Place Vendôme, Bernard sat with his 5 children. The family dinner, a tradition he maintained despite their busy schedules, provided a rare glimpse of the man behind the empire. "To another year," Bernard said, raising his single glass of red wine. His children, Delphine, Antoine, Alexandra, Frederic, and Jean, raised their glasses in response. Each held senior positions within the LVMH ecosystem, Delphine at Dior, Antoine handling image and environment plus Berluti communications, Alexandra at Tiffany, Frederick at TAG Heuer, and Jean working on Louis Vuitton watches. The opening of the Cheval Blanc Paris has exceeded expectations, Alexandra reported. The hotel model works, Bernard nodded. The expansion into hotels represented his vision of luxury's future, not merely products but experiences. All controlled by the same vertical integration that had made LVMH's fashion and leather goods division so profitable, with its approximately 40% operating margins. The future is in experiences, Bernard said quietly, and in markets where wealth creation continues to accelerate, India, the Middle East. The conversation turned to the challenges facing the empire. China's slowdown, increased scrutiny of luxury supply chains, the ever-present question of succession. Through it all, Bernard maintained the calm authority that had carried him through crises far more severe than these. As darkness fell over Paris, Bernard Arnault returned to his residence, another day of empire building complete. At 75, he showed no signs of slowing, his mind still occupied with the minutiae of campaigns, the trajectory of margins, and the grand strategy of LVMH's next decades. In his study, he gazed at a painting, a Picasso from his private collection, and considered the parallels between art and luxury. Both created desire through scarcity. Both derived value from perception as much as intrinsic quality. Both required constant curation and protection from dilution. Bernard Arnault had built the world's largest luxury conglomerate by understanding these principles better than anyone. His engineer's training had taught him to view brands as systems with inputs and outputs. His early career in real estate had shown him the power of location and scarcity. His battles for control of LVMH had demonstrated his willingness to fight for assets he considered undervalued. Now, in the quiet evening hours, the question of legacy hovered before him. The succession plan remained his most closely guarded secret, perhaps even from himself. Would Delphine take the helm with her strategic acumen? Or Antoine with his gift for communications? Or some combination of his children's talents, preserved within the control structure he had so carefully constructed? 500 years, he murmured to himself, echoing his public ambition for LVMH's longevity. It was an engineer's ambition to build something that outlasted its creator by centuries, applied to the most ephemeral of industries. Fashion was supposed to change each season, yet Bernard had created a luxury machine designed to compound value across generations. As he prepared for bed, following the same health rituals that had sustained him for decades, Bernard Arnault contemplated the empire he had built from a small construction company in Roubaix to a global colossus with 75 brands, 213,000 employees, and 86 billion euros in annual revenue at its peak. The numbers told one story: LVMH's consolidated operating margin of approximately 26%, with the fashion and leather division reaching 40%. His personal wealth fluctuating between $180 and $230 billion. The foundation, Louis Vuitton, welcoming 1.4 million visitors annually. But Bernard knew that behind these figures lay something less quantifiable, a transformation of luxury from local craft to global industry, from family workshops to corporate discipline, from artisanal tradition to engineered scarcity. Whether this transformation represented preservation or disruption remained the central question of the Arnault legacy, one that would be debated long after he relinquished control of the empire he had spent 5 decades assembling, brand by brand, acquisition by acquisition. In the darkness of his bedroom, Bernard Arnault closed his eyes, already planning tomorrow's meetings, campaigns, and strategic moves. The succession clock continued to tick, but for now, at least, the emperor of luxury remained firmly in command.